Good morning, everyone. Are we ready? I'm going to go ahead and call to order this March 13th, 2024 meeting of the Monterey County Planning Commission, and I'm going to ask the secretary to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now we need to call the roll, although it looks as if almost everyone is here. Madam Clerk, would you please do the honors?
Commissioner Shaw,
Here.
Commissioner Getzelman,
Here.
Commissioner Work,
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Here.
Commissioner Gomez,
Here.
Commissioner Mendoza, absent Commissioner Deal,
Here.
Commissioner Roberts,
Here.
Commissioner Monsalve,
Here.
and Commissioner Daniels. Chair, you have a full quorum.
Thank you. It's now time for us to invite anyone here or on Zoom. Actually, I think we have to stop and do the Zoom instructions. Excuse me. Madam Secretary, would you like to run us through those, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. So please note that all commissioners are present in person. Public participation by Zoom is for convenience only and is not required by law. So if the Zoom feed is lost for any reason, the meeting may be paused while a fix is attempted, but the meeting may continue at the discretion of the chairperson. So to participate during public comment on the Zoom platform, you can raise your hand by opening the reactions at the bottom of your screen and clicking on the raise hand icon. On a mobile or landline, you can raise and lower your hand by pressing *9. Another way that you can participate is by sending an email to pchearingcomments@co.monterey.ca.us, and this email can also be found on the agenda. Staff will be monitoring that email in real time, and if you have a question, comment, or document, staff will do our best to respond in real time. But it does not guarantee that it'll be done once the meeting has begun. So members of the public should have your video turned off unless you are presenting. This helps with bandwidth, and it helps to reduce distractions during presentations. Staff will help monitor and turn off videos as needed. We do also ask that you keep yourself muted unless you are presenting. To mute yourself on the Zoom platform, there is a mute button at the bottom of the screen that looks like a microphone. To mute or unmute yourself on a landline, please press *6, or a mobile as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it is time for me to invite people who are here in the public who have a comment for an item that is not on today's agenda, but that is within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to come forward and make your comments, and we'll offer you 3 minutes time to do that. Is there anyone here in the chambers who would like to comment on an item that is not on today's agenda? Last call in the chambers. I'm not seeing anyone. And online, Madam Clerk, I don't see anybody. Do you?
We do not have anybody online either.
Okay, so no public comments on items not on the agenda, so I'm going to close that section and ask if we have any agenda additions, deletions, or corrections.
Through the chair, today we had received and distributed correspondence for agenda item number 3, PLN 150372, Riverview at Las Palmas LLC, and agenda item number 4, PLN 190155, Ella Industries LLC.
Thank you. And that information would be available to the public online, or do we have copies here for anyone who is interested?
We do have copies.
Okay, thank you. All right. We're now going to move forward to the consent calendar. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get commissioner comments, requests, and referrals. Anybody on the dais would like to make one? Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you, Chair Deal. I'm just thinking about the housing element and a letter that was addressed as part of one of the items, and just want to ask the secretary or make a suggestion that if there's anything with the development evaluation system that needs to be included in the 6th cycle, if you could let us know, or if that's something we should be looking at some point in the future.
If I may, through the chair, yeah, we have identified, because we have that letter from State HCD expressing concerns over the development evaluation system and the set percentages in there for affordable housing. We have included that as a part of the discussion of potential constraints to housing in the county to be evaluated as a part of our housing element. That will be something that can be reviewed when the public draft is made available for how that's considered and discussed as a part of that document.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
And if I could just follow up on that, where are we with the adoption of said development evaluation system? How can we evaluate it if we haven't got one?
Through the chair, it's on the long-range work plan list, but has not been assigned and become active due to other priorities.
Thank you. Commissioner Gomez?
Just related to the housing element, I was wondering, I know we're out of compliance right now, so I was wondering if you received any applications where the builder's trying to use the builder's remedy to get a project approved.
Secretary?
Yes, at this time, I'm not aware of any applications, and that is AB, Robert, do you remember Builder's Remedy is AB? I apologize. I wanted to try to refer to the law for the public, but I don't recall the numbers. But no, at this time, I'm not aware of any applications.
Thank you. Anybody else on the commission? So no comments, requests, or referrals from the commission beyond that. We're going to close that section and move on now to the consent calendar, where item 1 on the consent calendar is the minutes. I don't think there's any additional items. Commissioners, do you have any thoughts about this? Oh, I suppose that we could have public comment on the consent calendar. Are we supposed to do that? We don't usually. I think we're supposed to do that. Okay, is there any public comment on the consent calendar item here? Seeing none, we're going to close that, come back to the commission. Commissioners?
I move that we approve the January 31st and February 14, 2024 Planning Commission meeting minutes.
Second that.
Is that Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Daniels seconds that motion that we approve the consent calendar? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And that item passes. I'm going to move on to our scheduled matters, the first of which is agenda item number 2, PLN 220063, the Cuccia Colette Trust. And who is the staff member? Sorry, I've not got my glasses on.
I'm the staff member.
Very well. Would you like to lead
Mary
us in
Israel.
that discussion?
Yes, staff requests on the item PLN 220063, Cuccia Colette Trust, public hearing to consider transient use of existing house and cabin for remuneration, that this item be continued to a date uncertain to accommodate the applicant's personal schedule conflicts and allow staff some additional time for research.
Question for staff being that this is requested by staff, or is this requested by the applicant?
By staff.
Very well. Thank you. Any questions for the clarifying questions from the commission? And I guess I would just comment that pursuant to our discussion the other day, if the staff doesn't feel they have sufficient information to move the item forward, I could understand why we didn't have the information in our packet. We talked about wanting to make sure we had appropriate information for continuance requests. So, Madam Secretary, is that how we came to that conclusion?
Yeah, that is. And actually, we actually discussed at length internally following the last Planning Commission's discussion about how to handle continuances so that the commission actually had discretion in whether or not to grant them. And actually what it's very difficult to establish kind of a rule of thumb as staff, and what staff would request is that if the commission wishes for us to come for certain items and be prepared in the event of a continuous, if we could have a discussion around your Rule 13 and get a bit more guidance from the commission and what circumstances that would be to help give guidance to staff. And in this particular case, we did evaluate that given the additional legal research that needed to be completed for us to have full information to present to the commission.
Commissioners, I would suggest that we put that item on an upcoming agenda for discussion so that we can do it justice and others can weigh in. Everybody, any objection to that? Seeing no objection, let's ask the staff to do that. Great. So let's move ahead with a discussion of the requested continuance in this case. And we didn't have any other clarifying questions from the commission that I saw. Seeing none, I'd like to open to the public the matter of the continuance. If you've got a comment about that, you may certainly come forward, and I will allow you 3 minutes of time to talk about that issue. Anybody in the chambers wish to do this? I don't see anyone. I also see no hands on Zoom. Madam Clerk, am I missing anyone?
No, there are no hands on Zoom.
And are there any comments in our email on this?
There are no emails.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission. Commissioners, your pleasure. Commissioner Monsalve?
I move we continue to a date uncertain.
Second that.
Who was the seconder? Okay, so that was moved by Commissioner Monsalve and seconded by Commissioner Daniels that we continue this item to a date uncertain as requested by staff. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, no. And that motion passes. The item is continued to a date uncertain, which brings us up to item number 3 on our agenda, which is PLN 150372, the Riverview at Las Palmas LLC. And we have Ms. Zepp, I think, is coming forward to present on that. I'm going to hand it over to staff for the presentation. I don't know whose phone or whatever it is, but please silence that.
Quinn, can you please share my presentation using StaffRite? Oh, are we not doing that anymore? Good morning, Commissioners and Chair Deal. I'm Zoe Zepp, and today I'll be presenting staff's report on PLN 150372, Riverview at Las Palmas LLC. This item was continued from November 8th, 2023. The project is located on a vacant 15.64-acre lot within the Las Palmas 1 subdivision, south of River Road and west of County Park Road within the Toro Area Plan. The subject parcel is also known and referred to as Parcel Q. Parcel Q has a zoning of medium-density residential with a density of 2.61 units per acre and a design control overlay district. The proposed project includes an amendment to the Las Palmas Ranch specific plan, a 27-lot residential subdivision, including 4 on-site moderate income units and an open space parcel, site improvements, including a new internal roadway to access the project site, and installation of underground utilities. Some of this development will occur on slopes in excess of 25%. In 2020, a proposal for a senior assisted living facility came before the Planning Commission for a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. The previous proposal included 13 casitas, an assisted care facility, and a memory care facility for a combined total of 142 beds. On February 12, 2020, the Planning Commission recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the senior assisted living facility. The project was brought before the Board of Supervisors on October 12, 2021, and was continued with direction to bring a different alternative forward that aligned better with the existing residential development within the Las Palmas area. On April 7th, 2022, the applicants resubmitted their application with a proposal for a residential subdivision, including development on slopes in excess of 25% and a specific plan amendment. This proposal went before the Planning Commission on November 8th, 2023, for a recommendation to the board, but was continued with the direction to add affordable housing on site and to address the potential need for an agricultural buffer between the Riverview property and the Farini Ranch property next door. The applicants revised their application to include on-site affordable housing, and that proposal has now come before the Planning Commission for a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Staff conducted CEQA review for the proposed subdivision and development on slopes to analyze the proposed alternative of up to a 30-lot residential subdivision and augmentation to the final subsequent EIR for the Las Palmas Senior Assisted Living Facility was prepared. The augmentation addressed updates to the project goals and included the addition of an up to 30 residential lot subdivision alternative. Potential impacts to aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, greenhouse gas emissions, transportation and traffic, and water supply were all analyzed for this alternative. The augmentation determined all impacts associated with the proposed alternative would be reduced compared to the original project, the Senior Assisted Living Facility. Almost all impacts can be mitigated to a less than significant level. The only potentially significant impact would be traffic impacts to State Route 68. The mitigation measures that will be implemented include aesthetic mitigations requiring appropriate landscaping, review of a final improvement plan prior to construction, and an exterior lighting plan to ensure compliance with the county's exterior lighting criteria. Air quality mitigations include dust control measures such as limiting the amount of ground disturbance per day and sufficiently wetting the ground prior to and during construction, and prohibiting grading activities when wind speeds exceed 15 miles per hour. A site monitor will ensure the dust control measures are being taken and will provide evidence to the county throughout construction. Construction exhaust emissions will be minimized and electrical tools will be used when possible. Pre-construction surveys for special status species, including badgers, burrowing owls, California tiger salamanders, and others will be conducted prior to the start of construction. And although the traffic impacts to State Route 68 cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level, local and regional traffic impact fees will be paid to supplement for the increased traffic and highway use. The proposed project is consistent with the Las Palmas specific plan in many aspects, including the policies regarding circulation. The proposed internal roadway has been designed to be visually unobtrusive and compatible with the existing nearby subdivisions, to minimize ground disturbance and to the maximum extent, and to provide safe and suitable access to the site for all vehicle types. The project has also been designed to be compatible with the conservation and open space policies, as well as the design and sensitivity policies. Approximately 2/3 of the existing parcel will be placed into a conservation and scenic easement and designated as open space. Vegetative screening and natural landscaping will be required to help soften any potential visual impacts from the development, and a design review of all structures will be required before building permits are issued. Consistent with the applicable erosion, drainage, and flood control policies, a conceptual stormwater control plan and geological hazards report were submitted and reviewed by the county. All proposed development is consistent with the public facilities and services policies as well. California Water will provide potable water for the subdivision, and Parcel Q will utilize the existing Las Palmas wastewater treatment plant operated by California American Water Company. As previously mentioned, the project includes an amendment to the Las Palmas Ranch specific plan. Policy 5 of the Housing and Residential Land Use section of the specific plan states the specific plan area currently has a residential unit cap of 1,031 units. The proposed amendment would alter the language of this policy to add 27 additional residential units by adding the following language. Parcel Q of the Las Palmas Ranch is amended to allow 27 residential units consistent with Board of Supervisors resolution. The proposed amendment would add a line of data to Figure D to represent the addition of 27 residential units to Parcel Q. Additionally, a label will be added to Figure E to call out Parcel Q on the specific plan zoning map. The proposed on-site inclusionary housing is consistent with the current specific plan policy requiring 15% of either low or moderate units with any new subdivision. However, this policy is inconsistent with the Monterey County General Plan policy, which requires 25% of mixed income level affordable units. To provide vertical consistency with the general plan, as well as the proposed project, an additional policy is proposed under Chapter 2, Section C of the Housing and Residential Land Use section of the specific plan. This policy will state Parcel Q shall require 25% of new housing units as affordable, 15% of which shall be on-site available to moderate income households, and the remaining 10% shall be provided through payment of an in lieu fee. The proposed project also includes a 27-lot residential subdivision. The vesting tentative map here shows the proposed 27 residential lots and the open space parcel. The project has been conditioned to ensure that Outlot B and C are conveyed into conservation and scenic easements. Outlot A of the open space parcel is designated for the internal roadway. The 27 residential lots will range from 3,400 square feet to 11,785 square feet. These lots will be rezoned to include a B6 overlay district to ensure they are not further subdivided in the future. The lots have been clustered pursuant to the Las Palmas Ranch specific plan. The associated site improvements, including the construction of the internal roadway and installation of underground utilities, will require the removal of approximately 70 non-native eucalyptus trees. These trees are visible from State Route 68 and aid in shielding the property from the scenic highway. To compensate for the loss of screening these trees currently provide, the applicants will landscape with native trees and other plants to soften the impact the future development may have on the scenic corridor. The circled areas on the map here show the proposed subdivision improvements that will occur on slopes in excess of 25%. This development has been minimized to the maximum extent feasible. The project site is located on the plateaued area above and to the west of the existing Las Palmas 1 subdivision. To access the site, a new roadway must be constructed on the hillside. There is no alternative way to access the site without developing on slopes, and the applicants have opted to utilize Woodridge Court as the access point since it already extends partially up the hillside. At the November 8th Planning Commission hearing, there was discussion of whether or not an agricultural buffer would be required for the proposed residential subdivision as it is adjacent to the Farini Ranch property, which is currently zoned for permanent grazing. Before staff determined if a buffer would be required, we brought the project to the Agricultural Advisory Committee and asked if they would support a buffer of 57 feet from the proposed residential lots to the Farini Ranch property line. The Ag Advisory Committee did support the proposed 57-foot buffer. After further review of all applicable policies and regulations, staff determined an agricultural buffer is not necessary in this case. Title 21 has regulations for development next to ag land, which requires a 200-foot buffer for development near properties zoned for farmland, rural grazing, or permanent grazing. Although Farini Ranch is currently zoned for permanent grazing, it has a land use designation of low-density residential and has a farmland designation as grazing land. The 2010 General Plan Policy, AG 1.2, only requires a well-defined buffer if development adjacent to ag land uses on farmlands designated as prime, of statewide importance, unique, or local importance. The portion of Farini Ranch that is designated as prime farmland is well over 200 feet away. Therefore, a buffer is not required under the circumstances. Additionally, the Farini Ranch property is in the process of a rezone to provide consistency between the zoning and the land use designation, as it was approved for a residential subdivision in 2014. The proposed subdivision is subject to the county's inclusionary housing policies and regulations. The Monterey County General Plan requires 25% of new units be affordable, with 6% of the units affordable to very low-income households, 6% affordable to low-income households, 8% affordable to moderate-income households, and 5% affordable to Workforce 1 households. The proposal does include 25% affordable units consistent with this policy. Section 18.40.050 of the Monterey County Code allows an exception to providing all units on-site if the developer demonstrates that specific characteristics of development site, such as lacking of access to services, zoning which requires large lot development, or potentially high site maintenance costs, make the site unsuitable for households at the required income levels. The applicant had originally proposed to provide an in lieu fee consistent with Chapter 18.40 of $923,507 at the November 8th hearing. The commission stated their desire to see affordable units proposed on site. Following direction from the Planning Commission, the applicants have revised their proposal to include 4 on-site moderate income units. This makes up approximately 15% of affordable units, covering the required moderate and workforce 1 units. The applicants are proposing an in lieu fee of $401,525 to make up the other 10%, the low and the very low units, bringing the total inclusionary housing contribution to 25%. Staff calculated affordable sale prices of a 3-bedroom single-family dwelling for very low, low, and moderate income levels based on the averages for the area. Based on the numbers calculated, moderate income units seem to be the most realistic for someone to qualify for. The HOA and utility costs for Las Palmas area are higher than the average, so it can be expected that homeowners would have even less income available for their mortgage than shown here. Since interest rates cannot be subsidized or controlled, having a larger allowance for housing costs makes applying for inclusionary housing in this area more attainable. Consistent with Section 18.40.050, staff finds it appropriate to modify the inclusionary housing requirements to allow 4 on-site moderate units and an in lieu fee based on the unusual circumstances, including high site maintenance costs, HOA, and utility fees. Consistent with the specific plan policies regarding inclusionary housing units, the applicants are proposing 4 1,500 square foot units to fit in and be consistent with the market rate units. The proposed 4 on-site moderate units and in lieu fee create a total subsidy of $1,081,925. The subsidies required on this site are significant when spread across 22 market rate units. If an exception cannot be made for the applicants and all 6 inclusionary units are required to be built on site, the total subsidy would increase by an additional 60%. Here are the 3 inclusionary housing options for the Planning Commission to consider. The original proposal of an in lieu fee of $923,507. The currently proposed 4 on-site moderate units and the in lieu fee, or all units on site, if an exception cannot be made. Based on the 3 scenarios, the current proposal better meets the purpose and intent of Chapter 18.40. It provides 4 moderate income units on site, and the payment of the additional in lieu fee increases the availability of funds for very low, low, and moderate income housing projects, while decreasing the total subsidy that will impact the cost of the market rate units. This project was brought before the Toro Land Use Advisory Committee on October 23rd, 2023, at a duly noticed meeting. Many comments were made at this meeting, including concerns of the proposed project and support of the proposed project. Some of the concerns regarded the single point of ingress and egress for the project site, potential exposure to spores causing valley fever, and views of the new homes from Las Palmas 1 subdivision. Staff addressed these comments at the meeting, and suggestions made by the LUAC have been implemented as conditions of approval. 3 public comment letters were received between March 11th and March 12th this year. Ms. Christine Kemp submitted a letter requesting updates to certain conditions of approval and the addition of conditions to ensure items such as erosion control, stormwater runoff, parking, fire access, and design do not create a burden on the association and its members. Mr. Mark Helton submitted a letter reiterating his original comment from November 7th that agricultural activities are allowed on the Free Ranch property and should not be impacted or interrupted by the proposed subdivision. Tony Lombardo, on behalf of the applicants, also submitted a public comment letter that I will let them address after my presentation. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending that the Board of Supervisors certify the final subsequent environmental impact report as augmented in September 2023 and adopt a statement of overriding considerations, adopt a resolution to amend the Las Palmas Ranch specific plan, and adopt a resolution to approve a combined development permit consisting of a vesting tentative map, a use permit to allow development on slopes in excess of 25%, and adopt a mitigation and monitoring and reporting plan. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Zepp. That was a clear, concise, and complete report. I appreciate it. Are there clarifying questions from the commission for staff? Commissioner Gomez.
Just wanted to clarify, are you suggesting not to adopt the 57-foot buffer for ag?
That is correct. We are not proposing a 57-foot buffer as we determined it's not necessary in this case.
Follow-up question is, does the county, I mean, that's more for me, information, does the county have a right to farm ordinance already?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And through the chair, to be clear, the house or the units, the new lots, they are 57 feet from the property line. The variance that we brought to the Ag Advisory Committee was just wondering if they would support a variance, if it would be required for 57 feet, and they said they would support it. But there is still 57 feet between the proposed lots and the Fernie Ranch property line.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you. Yes, there are several organizations, I guess, and like LUAC made some recommendations when they met. Were some of those recommendations, like the 20-foot height and other recommendations, included in this project or made?
Yes, so the properties will be required to rezone to medium-density residential with the B6 overlay, so the lots won't be subdivided in the future. There will be a design district overlay, and there will be a 20-foot height limitation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. Through the chair, just some clarifying questions. The first one, it sounds like with the tree plantings that will occur, it will not be visible from 68, or it will mitigate the impacts of visibility from 68?
That is correct. So we have required a landscaping plan that we will review before any trees are planted, but currently the existing eucalyptus trees are visible and they shield the property from Highway 68. So I imagine we would be approving a landscaping plan that would have trees planted, native trees planted in the same general area to provide the same screening.
Okay, and then in regards to the specific plan, there were, I believe parcel Q is not in any of these locations, but it was hard to tell just from the map since it's all black and white. But there was a prohibition of building on ridgelines visible from designated scenic corridors as delineated in figures H and K. And so on figures H and K, they were referring in H to the frontal slopes and in K to something else. But can you just clarify for me, at least either where parcel Q is in relation to H and K, or that parcel Q is not in H and K?
So I think I actually had figure H on my previous presentation. I took it out, but that figure does like shade in the areas that are considered frontal slopes, and parcel Q is not shaded in. But it's also not shaded in as areas, developable areas subject to the plan policies. And so the amendment would be to show it as a developable area subject to the plan policies, as it is zoned for residential development.
So that's part of through the chair, the amendment that's being made.
Yes.
And then this is so much material. Is there any way you can just point out for me so I know where the augmentation to the EIR, was that redlined in our packet? Was there anywhere to see what that augmentation looked like in the final subsequent EIR?
The augmentation is Exhibit G.
Okay. Was that just a red line?
I don't believe it was a red line. It was a separate document. It was only about 20 to 30 pages.
Okay, then my apologies if I didn't. I have G right here. So the underlining, is that new policies?
Oh, yes. So there's Yeah, there's strike through and underlining.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. And then just a question in terms of the progression and the future of this project. Today, the approval is, the request is to adopt certify the final EIR, adopting the changes to the specific plan and approving the vesting tentative map. Does that mean that in the future there will be applications for the development?
That is correct. So it's kind of today, we're asking for your recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on those items. In the future, every building that will be constructed will have to come through the county for a separate permit, and that's when we'll do a separate design review as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions? Commissioner Roberts.
I have questions about traffic. I understand that there's an in lieu fee being paid for the unavoidable impacts. At least I think that's my understanding. But I also read that the increase in traffic on River Road and Reservation Road brings those intersections to level of service D in peak hours. And I'm curious to understand that, because it looked like it went from level of service C to D in peak hours on River Road. And obviously, I just have to say again, for Highway 68, for me personally, anyone who drives Highway 68 in peak hours knows that adding even one more car is just a horrific addition to an already horrific situation. And so I'd like to understand more about those in lieu fees and what the intent of those in lieu fees are.
So those would be the traffic fees, and there's the local and the regional fees that are being paid. And I don't have the specific numbers. I'm not sure if those have been calculated yet or if they'll be calculated after the project is approved of how much like the fee would be. But it pretty much goes to the cost of road maintenance and just to help supplement for the traffic because it's unavoidable.
Commissioner Roberts.
And I guess that's what I wanted to follow up on, because first of all, I want to say thank you for this giant packet. While it was giant, it was super helpful for me to be able to see the complete progression of this project and, you know, where it's been since 1983. In the Las Palmas plan, I mean, it describes at the time what the contributions were intended for traffic. I mean, and one of the things is it mentions is a Corral de Tierra bypass. And so to me, in reading that in 1983, 85, when these documents were being written, you know, they had grand plans for how traffic was going to change and be solved 40 years later. And as we sit here today, we know that that hasn't changed, and it's only getting worse. And so I guess it's really important to me to understand where those fees are going, because at this point, the fees that were collected in the 80s, I think may have widened River Road in certain areas, but I mean, and I know we added a second lane in parts of Highway 68, but we have not solved the problem in any way. And so that statement of overriding conditions is weighing heavy on me, and also the level of service D in those two sections of River Road and Reservation Road are important for me to understand.
Ms. Zepp, did you want to respond, or Ms. Kinga?
Yes, through the chair, Annie Kinga, I am reaching out to our HCD and engineering services staff to see if they could perhaps hop on Zoom and try to answer where those fees would go to. Thanks.
Thank you. If I could pile on there to say, if they can identify specific improvements that are intended to address traffic in these areas to which these fees would contribute, that would go a long way for me. rather than saying it's going to go into a fund. But if they can say what the plan is to apply that, so we know how far we are towards that, that would be helpful. Commissioner Monsalve?
On the subject of traffic, I wondered if there was any kind of study done for the traffic inside the community already, and having an idea of what an additional 26 units would do to evacuations and emergency needs.
That was evaluated in the EIR, and it said that the internal traffic within Las Palmas currently operates at level A, and that it would continue to operate at level A.
Commissioner Work, was that a no? Anyone else have a? Commissioner Gomez?
This relates to the inclusionary ordinance and the fees. The fees are, again, once the fees are collected, they go into a general fund, I'm assuming, for housing to help get affordable housing projects done. And how's that fee calculated?
So Darby Marshall, Housing Program Manager through the chair. The fee is calculated based on the subsidy required between constructing an affordable unit and what a market rate unit would cost. So, and then we amortize that across 4 units so that every 5 units pays for an additional inclusionary unit. Those fees do go into the Inclusionary Housing Fund. Historically, those fees have been used to provide capital funding to Interim Inc. to build transitional housing beds and permanent supportive housing beds. They have been used to fund other affordable housing projects, down payment assistance loans to income qualified households, and housing rehabilitation loans to income qualified households. And I'm working on a larger report that will kind of help us understand where those funds have been used historically.
Kind of related to that, I saw a disconnect. We have a 25% inclusionary ordinance, but our policy only requires a 20%. Does that sound correct, our code?
So the ordinance and general plan are not strictly aligned right now. So when we calculate the inclusionary ordinance, I run a calculation that takes into account 25%. 20% are inclusionary, 5% are affordable under LU 2.13. And then the inclusionary fee is calculated across all of that. So if in the 27-unit case, you have 6.5 inclusionary and affordable units. And so that would be the basis for the fee if we were going to do an all-fee resolution.
Commissioner Monsalve?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Sepp, I remember from the last time that this zoning was low-density residential before, and it was changed to medium density?
As far as I know, it's always been medium density.
Okay, so the specific plan was written not in accordance with that zoning?
In the specific plan, parcel Q is designated as medium-density residential. That's on figure E of the specific plan.
Okay, thank you. And so how many units how many units were intended for parcel Q from the beginning with the specific plan?
Based off of the zoning,
Based off of the specific plan?
based off of the specific
Which you've already
plan?
told me are in accord with the zoning, right?
Well, there are a few inconsistencies in the specific plan itself. That's why we are proposing the amendment, because figure E shows parcel Q as being medium-density residential, and it's had a zoning with a density of 2.61 units. And so in the table, I can't remember the table number, but the one that does it or shows the total unit count for the specific plan area, it doesn't show parcel Q having any units. And so that's the amendment we're trying to, that's the amendment we're proposing, is to add 27 units to the total unit cap for this parcel. to provide consistency with its zoning.
Okay, so sorry, may I? Thank you. If we make that amendment to the specific plan to allow the 26 units to parcel Q, how does that affect the Toro area plan? Does that mean that we now have 26 units less for another area in Toro that might better accommodate the traffic?
Through the chair, no, it does not. The Toro area plan designates this lot as medium-density residential with the density that it already has, and the zoning is consistent with that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on that, this appears to be a clarification that would state the final build-out for the Las Palmas specific plan. And my question is, A, is that correct? And B, are there additional vacant parcels within the Las Palmas subdivision that would not be allowed to build out, or does it affect anybody else that isn't part of parcel Q at this point?
Through the chair, this is the assumed build-out. Should a developer want to increase the size of the Las Palmas Ranch, we wouldn't know, but at this point, this is the assumed build-out of the planned area. There are 3 parcels that have not been built as of yet, and based on the increase of the 27 lots that is being proposed, that wouldn't prevent those 3 units from being built.
So my hope is that what we would do here, if we adopted this clarification or this change to the specific plan, would remove all of the mud that we've been dealing with for the last many years, and clarify that this is it, and unless you come in and make some sort of an amendment to the general plan, the specific plan says this, that is all there is. We're not going to discuss whether it says 20 or 2 or whatever if we were to make this change. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And that it will not affect any existing landowners outside of parcel Q should they wish to build their house on their existing parcel of record.
If it were to be a vacant lot, that's correct.
Thank you. Any further questions from the commission? Commissioner Roberts?
I have one more question related to affordable housing. In reading the specific plan, one of the policies or goals, or now I don't have it in front of me to know what they were calling them, but the idea was that this development would, it says, fulfill demands of housing and provide, quote, a range of housing to all, can't read my own writing, to all economic segments of the community. And so I guess I'm wondering, and it talks about low and moderate should be dispersed throughout the development, and, you know, knowing what is currently at Las Palmas, I'm not aware of any other low or moderate housing available out there. Is there?
Through the chair, Darby Marshall. The original Las Palmas subdivision provided low and very low income housing at 2 sites in Salinas near Carr Lake. So they did off-site apartments, one of which was, I want to say it was 52 Natividad Road, which was leased to the Housing Authority for 30 years. That property has now lapsed. And then the other one is Cooperative Vista La Teresa, which is managed by Chispa. So they did not put those units in Las Palmas.
Thank you.
Commissioner Daniels?
But just to be clear through the chair, there are folks who have bought units at Las Palmas that were affordable units. And so what are those?
Through the chair, the affordable units at Las Palmas were all moderate income. And coincidentally enough, we're just now coming up on the 30-year term of affordability for a lot of those. So they will be dropping out of our inventory over the next 5 years or so. But they were all moderate income.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you. And I know that different people make different recommendations. I know that I saw some that said maybe the maximum height of the house would be 18 feet and others 20. And you mentioned that you went with 20. On the document that was sent by Christine G. Camp, it says in one of the areas, the association needs to see the civil plans for the stormwater control system, and the developer civil engineer needs to determine that the existing stormwater control system can accommodate the additional flows. So I guess the focus is on the stormwater issues and other recommendations. So I'm assuming then that the staff looks at the recommendations and tries to work with whoever is submitting the application and try to make those changes. But in particular, the stormwater, has that issue been or kind of addressed to some degree?
Yes, so the conditions of approval, condition number 16, does require the applicants to submit a stormwater control plan prior to the issuance of any building permits. So we have like the preliminary stormwater control plan that we reviewed with the application submittal, but they are required to submit a final one before the building permits are issued.
Thank you.
Further commission comments? Commissioner Monsalve?
I read about the critical view shed and the eucalyptus trees being preserved. Is that right? Am I wrong?
The eucalyptus trees, about 70 of them are proposed for removal, and they will be replaced with native tree species.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I did want to follow up on that to say that if you look at the landscaping condition, which I believe is condition number 26, I would like to ask staff to come up with a more outcome-based wording to ensure that the screening is as effective as possible. And I say this with my mind on the concerns expressed by a prior congressman about things that happen in this area and affect the view. I would like for us to be sure that we are asking clearly that the applicant provide as maximum possible effective screening with these native trees, and that outcome is in our resolution. If staff could help make that rather than the somewhat suggestion that we should do the best we can is the way that condition currently reads to me. And I don't think there's any difference in intent, but I think it's always best to write down what we agree so that the next people will know. Commissioner Monsalve?
Thank you. And to follow up, that the future maintenance of those trees, if one comes down or disease takes over and it's gone, is there a permanent future responsibility for that or I guess that group of homes to maintain?
I believe that would be through the homeowners association, but we could add that language to the landscaping condition.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further commissioner clarifying questions, Madam Secretary? Oh, Ms. Kenga.
Yes, through the chair, I do see that Armando Fernandez with our engineering services is on Zoom. Hopefully he did get my email. If he did not, I'm sure he'll be able to answer your questions, though.
Thank you. If Madam Clerk, if you'd activate Mr. Fernandez's microphone, or if he would, if you'd like to address, I think it's Commissioner Roberts' questions about the use of mitigation, traffic mitigation funding to address the identified impacts, that would be very helpful.
I have asked Armando to unmute.
Okay. Looks like.
Madam Chair, are you able to hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes. Again, my name is Armando Fernandez with Engineering Services. I think your question was, what are the use of the traffic impact fees going to be used for? Is that your question? Excuse me.
Yes, I think that's Commissioner Roberts. Is that correct?
Okay, excellent. So Impact fees are always used for mitigating cumulative impacts associated to county roads and regional roads that are part of the TANC program. So there's two programs. There's the countywide program, which there's a fee for it. And then there's the TANC program, which manages the regional facilities, the regional roads like Highway 68. And so those fees go towards improvements under cumulative scenarios. That means that it'll be spent in accordance to the general plan policies and the zoning, and based on those two programs.
Commissioner Roberts?
Thank you for that. I'm wondering if you can tell us specifically, I noticed that level service on Reservation Road and River Road dropped from level service C to level service D with this development, and that fees will be collected for that purpose. And I'm curious to know if you are aware of the projects that will help alleviate that impact.
So I'm not sure what you mean when you say the level of service drop from level of service C to D. My review of the traffic assessment is that the project actually does not have impacts or direct impacts to the roadway network or the intersections that were analyzed.
I'll pull it up. I might have misunderstood what I was reading, but I will,
Through the chair, if you, Exhibit 6 of the traffic assessment has the summary of the levels of service.
That's what I'm looking at, yes.
Exactly. So if you look at the existing page, I guess there's no page number, but Exhibit 6, the second table at the bottom, existing condition, and then existing plus project, there's no change between existing and existing plus project conditions. So what that means is that the project is actually not creating a direct impact to any of these intersections.
Through the chair, then maybe I would like understanding of what the difference between the cumulative plus project conditions are.
Yes, so the cumulative plus project conditions models the projects that are envisioned within the general plan, all the land uses within the general plan, including the project, and then evaluates these three intersections under that scenario. So everything that's in the general plan for 2030 plus the project. And that's where the traffic impact fees go towards, cumulative plus project or cumulative scenarios.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'd like to go ahead and open the public comment section of our agenda and ask the applicant or the applicant's representative if they would like to come forward and speak. And I see that we have somebody wishing to do that. I have no idea who this individual might be. Are you on the microphone, Mr. LeBlanc?
It's not turned on. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. Good morning. Anthony Lombardo. This appearance marks my 40th year of appearing before your Planning Commission. And that's only relevant because of the fact that 25% of the time I've been in front of you talking about the Riverview project for basically the last decade. This is the fourth iteration of this project, as staff mentioned. Started out as a project for housing 142 seniors to live in. As mentioned earlier, the Board of Supervisors suggested residential alternative consistent with the density of Las Palmas, so we submitted a 30-unit subdivision alternative. After meeting with our neighbors next door at Las Palmas, that was revised to a 27-unit alternative, which you considered last November. And as a result of your direction, we're now at 24 with 3 inclusionary housing units on site. You can see that it takes a long time to produce housing in Monterey County. And unfortunately, no matter where we build it, it will create traffic impacts. It will use water. It will generate there will be some visibility. I mean, I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. When you take those eucalyptus trees down, you will see more than you see now. However, over time, the landscaping condition will cause that to be screened. But, you know, giant oak trees are not suddenly going to appear on that hillside. However, we have to produce housing somewhere. We can't just keep talking about it and saying we're going to do it, but we just can't find the right spot for it. Because if we don't do it in places like Las Palmas, we have to do it on farmland. And that Salinas Valley farmland is something we can't replace. And guess what? The traffic from that housing still goes to the Monterey Peninsula because that's where the jobs are. Unfortunately, the Monterey Peninsula hasn't or won't or can't produce more housing. And so we have to produce it in places that require people to drive. And yes, there are going to be 3 more peak hour trips resulting from this project on Highway, probably mostly on Highway 68. But as staff said, with the tens of thousands or whatever the number is now that live on 68, that travel 68, it's not an impact that I think our consultant said is imperceptible. It's bad, but not perceptibly worse than what's there now. And TAMC, which is a part of the fees that we're paying, has regional projects, one of which is the roundabouts we've all heard about on 68, which will improve the traffic flow somewhat. It won't make it go away, but it'll make it a little bit better. Can we go to my PowerPoint, please? So after the November hearing, the applicant went back and to, again, try and address the concerns that everyone has about the use of this project site, revised the design to 23 market rate units and 4 inclusionary. I'll just keep talking while they're putting it up because it's the same thing. The property is 15 acres, 2/3 of which will remain in open space in perpetuity. Over 10 acres will retained in open space and dedicated to the homeowners association. We do have the 57-foot buffer. The Ag Advisory Committee was fine with it. The area on the adjacent Farini Ranch, which some of you may remember I also represented, is grazing land. There's no intensive agriculture, cultivated agriculture, either possible in this area because of the slope of the adjacent terrain. The property has been zoned for residential, medium-density residential development for the better part, I guess, of 4 decades, and is currently zoned that in both the Toro and the County General Plan, which has a theoretical density of 41 units. So as I mentioned earlier, going on the better part of a decade, the original project was filed, application was filed, and 6 months ago, we finally sat down and got serious about getting this in front of for consideration. After our meetings with the neighbors next door, we agreed to a list of what I would describe as extraordinary limitations on the use of this property, including single-story only, 20-foot height limit, which is not the case in Las Palmas. Las Palmas has 2-story homes. We will not have 2-story homes to try and address the concerns of visibility of our neighbors. And we are requesting 20 feet, and the LUAC agreed with 20 feet because we want to provide some architectural interest to these single-story homes. And with an 18-foot height limit, you're pretty restrictive on what you can do for plate heights and roof forms. And, 4 and 12 pitch roof is not the most interesting roof you can put on a single-story house. There has been, as we've discussed for the last hour, additional environmental analysis. And which concluded that there was no new significant impacts resulting from this project, which weren't already studied in the original Las Palmas EIR, and for which far more mitigations were imposed than the development that actually occurred. We can go to the next slide. This is the tentative map. You can see the lots are distributed in the flat area of the parcel Q and clustered away from Las Palmas, which is in the lower part of the screen. You can see the lots in Las Palmas down below. Next slide, please. The 25% slope, the staff's already described, are those two road segments, one of which already exists. The existing road up to the top of the hill already cuts through the slope, and then at the top, to make the cul-de-sac, it cuts slightly into the 25% slope. Next slide, please. I think the only real disagreement we have with the staff recommendation is regards to the inclusionary housing requirement. You may remember there was a lot of debate when this project came before you before about whether the Las Palmas specific plan existed or not. That plan was not incorporated into the general plan. It was not incorporated into the Toro area plan, but the homeowners, our neighbors, feel strongly that the plan should continue to be recognized. So rather than continue to argue about whether the plan, which does not appear in any county planning documents, currently exists or not, we agreed we're not going to debate that issue any longer. However, it does seem somewhat ironic and potentially even unfair to say we want to enforce the standards of the specific plan, except we don't want to enforce the inclusionary housing standards. We want to exempt that out. You have to comply with everything else, but we're going to make a new stand in the specific plan except for the inclusionary housing standard, which the county then proposes to be almost doubled than the requirements that were imposed on the rest of the project. The client again said, look, we don't want to fight. We'll agree to something that everybody else has to do, even though it's more than what the specific plan required, and that's 20%. That's what your inclusionary housing ordinance requires. And I don't know if you remember that McIntosh apartment project on Highway 68 in Laguna Seca Office Park that we did about 5 years ago. And at the time, the development evaluation system that the chair, I think, was questioning had a 35% inclusionary housing requirement because that project was not located in a community area, I think is the word. I think it is. And the general plan had a special higher inclusionary requirement for development in those areas. And we sought the advice of the state of California, who said unequivocally and clearly that the county cannot impose a higher inclusionary housing requirement than the 20% contained in its existing ordinance, which has been reviewed and approved by the state of California. So the staff recommendation before you today is that you impose a 25% requirement on this project, which is not economically feasible. That's the equivalent, as you saw on the screen, of about $1 million more for these 20 lots, 23 lots to bear. Nor is it legal because you do not have an updated housing element. You do not have sign off from the state of California. That letter is just as valid today as it was 5 years ago, or whenever it was, that it was written by the state of California. So we would respectfully request that your commission recommend, because you're not considering approval of this, it's a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, that you recommend not the 15% that's a specific plan states, but the 20% that the applicant has offered, which, as staff pointed out, consists of 3 on-site moderate income units and 4 on-site moderate income units and an inclusionary in lieu fee for the remainder of the obligation. Next slide. The government code section, I don't think any reason to belabor it, but it states that in order to impose a higher percentage, you have to do an analysis of what the effect of those exactions are, and that's the analysis that the chair, I think, was asking about that has not been done. And then the letter from 4 years ago is the next slide, where HCD in Sacramento said that, next one, that one from December 22nd, which is where they said that until that analysis is completed under 65583, that higher exactions would not be allowed. So, next slide. As I mentioned, I was corrected to mention that we are doing 4 on-sites. It's 20%, and we're doing an in lieu fee, which would be, for the others, which would be $64,000 and change. Next slide, please. As the staff mentioned, Las Palmas is not an inexpensive place to live. I'm sure, as our friends next door can attest to, the sewer rates are quite high. The homeowners' dues are not inconsequential and likely, I'm sure, to go up over time. And then it's not adjacent to, you can't walk to services from there, you have to drive. So that's why moderate is the best that we can do, and that's the best that the original developer could do. Next slide, please. There also, I won't spend a lot of time on this. There are also incentives that the government code requires that be provided. I don't think that's something that your commission really needs to weigh in on. We'll resolve that with the staff separately about what the county can do to help bring this housing to fruition, possibly sooner than later if it is approved by the Board of Supervisors. So this applicant has done more, I suspect, than almost any applicant I have represented in 40 years to try and do what everyone who lives around them or has control over their destiny has asked them to do. This is the 4th version of this project, and hopefully the final version. In regards to Ms. Kemp's letter, I'm sure she'll address you separately on that, but yeah, everything that she includes in the letter we have agreed to or will be done. In other words, for example, as commissioners asked about the drainage plan, California law now requires that all drainage be retained on site and discharged at the pre-development level. So while that was not the case in the Las Palmas development that was originally constructed, the current law requires that drainage be retained and metered out. So we'll provide she or her clients with the drainage improvement plans as soon as they're prepared for the final map filing, so that I'll have an opportunity to look at that. The only thing that we can't agree with is the 18-foot height limit. The houses will be single story. There will be nobody on this project who will be staring down at 80 homes below, but whether the roof forms are 2 feet higher or 2 feet lower will have no practical effect on anyone down below. And as I said, it's not a limitation that they are subject to. So the commissioners had a lot of questions about details, which I'm happy to answer or try to respond to if you think you need any information from us on that. Otherwise, we would respectfully request that you recommend approval of the project to the Board of Supervisors with the one change of having 20% inclusionary rather than 25. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. I do have a clarifying question, which is that, just to bring it back to the alternatives presented by staff for the commission to consider in their recommendation. We had 3 recommendations. We had 1, 2, and 3. You're talking that, if I hear you correctly, that the applicant is in support of option 2.
Vis-a-vis the inclusionary?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, we believe that the original alternative, but was superior because that money would go to help create a lot more housing than 4. However, I was born on Wednesday, but it wasn't last Wednesday, and I could see the mood of the commission was to have some type of on-site inclusionary. So we're I want to say happy is the word, but we're certainly supportive of doing the 4 on-site moderate units if that is the commission's desire.
So just to get very basic, the staff presented the 3 alternatives. One was option 2 was 4 units with an additional fee of approximately $402,000 to be sent off to the housing fund, and the applicant is supportive of option 2.
With the exception that the fee would be less at 20% than 25.
So we could ask staff,
It was 64,000, I believe, was it?
Mr. Marshall can address that probably at some point. We'll come back to that in a minute.
Yeah, so
That's
with that caveat, yes.
Okay. So the applicant's saying support of option 2 with a reduced in lieu fee. That's what I'm hearing. And then I just want to clarify from my own understanding, because it's something that I share with the applicant's representative here. We've been through a good deal of this discussion before. But there was analysis of the development evaluation system requirement is part of the general plan. What you're saying is that an environmental analysis was simply just not submitted to HCD, and that's what that letter is saying? Because the analysis was done.
Yeah, I don't know what was done, but it appears from the letter in 2020 that that analysis of what the constraints or impacts of increasing the inclusionary housing obligation due to the creation of housing was never submitted to the state, which is required to be submitted, and they have to approve it. They have to say, okay, we agree that you can increase your inclusionary housing to 25 or 30 or 35%. And that, as far as I've been able to tell, has never been done.
Right. I can understand the technicality, but I just wanted to address the fact that the analysis had been performed as part of that environmental impact report on the general plan.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Through the chair, if I may.
Yeah, yes, go ahead, Mr. Marshall.
So this is a very interesting point. If we step back and we look at state law, inclusionary and affordable housing stops at moderate income, 120%. The additional exactions are workforce housing, which are 120 to 180%. In terms of state law, that just counts as above moderate. It is not inclusionary housing. So in terms of the inclusionary component, we're okay. There is state law that says if you impose an inclusionary requirement that requires more than 15% of the units to be low or very low income, then you have to prepare a financial feasibility study showing that it is not an impediment to the development of housing, and that has to be reviewed and approved by HCD. That became operative in 2018. So we've never looked at the workforce requirements as an impediment to housing because there is really no way to do so because the state just considers them above moderate.
Yes, that's as what I recall as well. So when we're talking about the 35%, it's not the same 35% as we're talking about when we're talking about inclusionary housing requirements, because that doesn't count. It's 10% for workforce 1 and 2 added together or something like that. I don't remember now. It's been so long.
I'd have to go back and look to see, but as long as we are not increasing the low, very low combined limit above 15%, there is nothing that I have seen that would require additional financial analysis.
Okay. I know this is slightly off topic. I just want to clarify the universe in which this is operating as we discuss whether we're going to recommend $400,000 or $65,000 for one of any rash. It appears to me to be what that conversation is about. Commissioner Daniels, question for the applicant.
Through the chair, actually, it's following up on what Mr. Marshall just said, because that was very helpful to me in terms of understanding what exists at Las Palmas now. And, but since the letter has been brought up, and it's why I asked earlier to our secretary, the letter, it seems, also relates to the housing element and a specific goal in the housing element. So if I'm hearing correctly, these are, this goal to reduce and remove governmental constraints to the building of housing has to do with the housing element. And they're not necessarily, the concern with the letter was that it's inconsistent with the housing element, not with the inclusionary housing ordinance or the general plan or anything else. Do I have that correct?
I would have to look at how the question was phrased to HCD to know what went into HCD's thought process, and I'd have to refresh my memory on the percentage distribution. I guess you could make a case that the state has not enacted it into law yet, that you should look at the economic costs of moderate income housing as a potential impediment to the creation of housing. But so far, they have limited that to very low and low income.
Thank you.
And we can continue this when we come back from public comment. Any further questions for the applicant's representative? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Lombardo, and we'll give you an opportunity to respond after public comment, should that prove necessary. It is now 10:27, and we're going to take a short break. I'm going to give us a recess for approximately 10 minutes, because I know there'll be a little time at the end, and we'll come back at about 10:40. In that time, we will begin public comment on this item. Thank you. Kemp, if you'd like to begin, please come forward. You will have 3 minutes. Let's make sure your microphone's on before we start the timer. So far not.
Is there a switch? I hear it now.
Let's get her back to 3 minutes because she didn't have it.
Good, and I'll work to keep within my 3 minutes. I just want to reiterate, Christine Kemp, I'm here on behalf of the Homeowners Association of Las Palmas One, so I'm their official representative authorized by the board to be before you today. I will make it short and just try to hit the highlights in the letter that I sent with regard to some of the conditions of approval that we believe need to be modified to assure that the existing homeowners association is protected from any effects of the subdivision. One of them, I was happy to hear Mr. Lombardo say that the homes will be 1 story. The reason we had asked for the 18 was that it made it less likely that someone could work within that height to make a 2nd story. So if we could add the words 1 story to conditions 10 and 14 in the wording that I put in my letter, the 20 doesn't make that much of a difference, but the 1 story limitation is important. So that was in condition 10 and 14. Those are on pages, well, they're in my letter listed as conditions 10 and 14. The other was the erosion control plan. That's very important because we have had a slippage coming down from that parcel Q onto the properties down below. So we want to work closely with the county on that erosion control plan. The road maintenance agreement, we understand that's private, but we want the county to assure that construction vehicles aren't parked all over Las Palmas One. They need to stay up on the entrance road or up on the site itself, and that hoping that construction is limited to 8 to 5 so that, again, the trucks and all the traffic that's coming in through Las Palmas One is protected. There was reference in condition 13 to a 3.18 detention pond. I'm not sure where that is on the map, and that's part of the wastewater disposal, not sewer, but stormwater. And also the sewage plant, again, that's a CalAm, run by CalAm, but we want to make sure that there's capacity because we believe it's reaching capacity. The stormwater control is also a very big issue because it's owned, when it runs through Las Palmas proper, it is owned by the homeowners association. So we need to be sure that there are agreements in place that recognize that the 27 lots will contribute their fair share to any improvements that need to be done to that existing stormwater system, and also any improvements that need ongoing maintenance and improvements. Condition 19 speaks to a maintenance agreement, but it doesn't speak as to who that is with. Is that between the county and the developer? Is that between the developer and Las Palmas One or the CSD? Or I think condition 19 needs to be clarified as to what that agreement is with whom. Parking, again, we're suggesting that it be clear that parking, there's sufficient parking up on the 27 lots so that we don't get overflow parking down into Las Palmas 1. And then condition, we like the idea of a park rather than an in lieu fee so that people aren't coming down to using the lower areas. And then lastly, I think condition 41 may be held over from the first senior citizen project because it speaks about the 8-foot turnouts and also the little grassy pavers, which those were, if any of that is on the homeowner.
I need you to sum up your remarks.
Sure, that's my last comment. If any of those are on the Las Palmas One property, they haven't agreed to allow that. And the grassy pavers and all of that is on the existing Woodward Court. So I think condition 41 probably needs to be removed. And with that, that concludes our comments from the association.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Mr. Stephen Hurst. If you'd like to come forward. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name is Stephen Hurst. I've lived in Las Palmas Ranch since 2011, and my home is in close proximity to the proposed project. I am very much in favor of the Riverview at Las Palmas project as proposed. The developer has gone out of their way to work with the existing homeowners and the county to meet their concerns regarding the addition of these much-needed homes to our community. In every way, these new homes are a complement to our neighborhood. Some may come before you today and voice their concerns about the impact on the neighborhood. Others want nothing built on what we refer to as Parcel Q. These views are, in my opinion, selfish and naive. Growth is inevitable. Opposition to this project shows a complete lack of awareness of the need for additional housing in Monterey County. I urge the commission to vote favorably on the developer's proposed plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll open to anybody else in the chambers who would like to comment. Come on forward and we will be glad to hear from you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tara Baker. My husband and I are longtime residents of Las Palmas. We've lived in Las Palmas too, and we currently live on Country Park Road right below Parcel Q. Beautiful property, and we're very interested in this. We support it and would hopefully like to buy up there one day. So thank you for your time.
And thank you. Anyone else in the chambers like to speak on this project?
Hi, my name is Linda Ipong. Also have lived at Las Palmas Ranch for over 30 years. I wanted to just reiterate what Commissioner Deal said, to cap or to really specify the number of housing there, or units that are open or lots that are open. There are 3 lots there. The developer is proposing 27 lots, and so you should only extend the specific plan or amend the specific plan for the additional 24 lots. I just wanted to make sure that we don't continue this in the future, because it's a lot. It tends to divide the community, and so it's really helpful if we could just get these closed out. So just wanted to make that statement. Other than that, I'm good.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers who would like to speak on this matter? Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Francoise Macavinci-Riquero, and I am a resident of Las Palmas 1. I've been there for 26 years, my husband and I. We raised our daughter there. I just wanted to mention that I did submit a letter, an email yesterday, and I had submitted another one in November regarding my concerns. There was no mention of that correspondence this morning. I do believe I did get a confirmation that it went through and it was in the packet. It was for Francoise Macavinci-Riquero.
Yes,
Okay.
we did receive that
Okay.
correspondence. Thank you.
Okay, great. I have worked with the committee for many years opposing the nursing home, and I am happy that there's a consideration for 27 homes. However, when we bought our home 26 years ago, we did buy it because on the deeds of the house, it stated that there would be only 3 more homes built up on the hill. I would prefer, if we had a choice in the matter, that there were going to be just 3 more homes. However, I know that there's a lot of opposition to that. My neighbors, I've been talking to my neighbors over the last several years and recently about the November meeting. Many neighbors are really concerned. They are concerned about the increase of the traffic flow in through the entrance, which by your calculations would be about 270 car trips per day in through the entrance. Also, there is a lot of concern about the designated high fire hazard zone of Parcel Q and how that would impact evacuation for the rest of the development. And My other concern is that, recently we had another accident on River Road in January, a fatality, an elderly gentleman was killed. And we already have had several accidents, including one young boy who died several years ago. So the entrance is a very narrow entrance. There isn't a long queuing lane. I know that it has been approved by the county, but it is still a great concern for the neighbours and especially people like myself who live nearby. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for comments. Is there anyone else in the chambers who would like to speak on this matter? And if there are more people, if you would just come forward to the front row and be ready, that would be great. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Shelley Donati, and I live in Las Palmas Ranch, right on Country Park below the development. In your packet, you will see a petition from our neighborhood this weekend. So myself and several of us were before you 4 years ago. For the last 9 years, we've kind of organized and came to you in firm opposition about the senior living facility. You know, we've come a long way, worked very closely with a developer. There's never going to be a perfect plan for everybody, but really want to acknowledge the fact that, you know, we feel like this is a compromise that the vast majority of the neighborhood can live with. You will see was submitted to you yesterday a petition with roughly 60 households that had signed it. We wanted to just get a quick pulse on the neighborhood again over the weekend, and so that was sent out fairly widely within the neighborhood to the email addresses that we have. But I just wanted to bring that out and point it to your attention that, you know, about 20% of the families that received that supported that. So for a quick pulse read, we were very pleased with that. Are really happy with the concessions that the developer has made to work with the neighborhood and work with our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one coming forward in the chambers, we have no hands up that I can see on the Zoom. Madam Clerk?
There are no hands up on Zoom and no emails to the PC inbox.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm going to invite the applicant's representative back to respond to anything we may have heard in public comment. Mr. Lombardo. You can turn his microphone on.
I can talk louder if I need to. Thank you. And I'd like to thank the Las Palmas neighborhood for being so supportive. As Ms. Donati said, she had a petition, which I hope you received, that they circulated this weekend with 60 people in support. Just contrast this to our last hearing in front of you on the project where we had dozens of opponents. So I think that's a testament to both my client's willingness to listen and the neighbors' willingness to compromise and work with us on coming up with this resolution. So as to Ms. Kemp's comments, I think we're in agreement. They're single story. I thought there was a condition in there already that had that limit, but we certainly don't oppose that with the 20-foot height limit. There are two conditions that are holdovers from the prior project approval. It must have slipped through the spell check. That condition 41 is a prior holdover, and the condition about the stormwater detention basin is also a prior holdover. I don't know which one that is, but that one should also be removed. So I just, in closing, I did look at my copy of the letter that HCD said in 2020, and it's very clear that it's not limited to low or very low. Their concerns were not limited to low or very low income housing. It says that the housing element that was approved in 2016 had a 20% inclusionary housing. That's what they approved, and they've not improved anything other than that, and that it would not be legal for the county to impose a requirement. In this case, they're referring to the 35% inclusionary housing requirement, which is everything, moderate, low, very low, that they were talking about in that McIntosh. So I believe the state has made it clear that more than 20% would not be consistent with the law at this point, because the county has not had its subsequent housing element certified. In fact, the letter actually says that the next cycle, the county should submit that before the next cycle, which was due on December 15th of last year. So I don't know what happened with that, if anything, but as far as I know, nothing. So as I said, the applicant is willing to do more than is required by the specific plan in terms of inclusionary housing, but we can't do more than 20%. So that would be 4 on-site with the lesser inclusionary in lieu fee. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back for staff to respond to anything we may have heard in the public comment period. Staff? Ms. Zepp.
Thank you. I did want to address the changes to the landscaping condition. We have some updated language. So the condition would read, the owner applicant shall prepare and submit a landscape plan to enhance screening from State Route 68, River Road, Reservation Road, and the adjacent neighborhood and trail. The owner applicant shall replace the 70 eucalyptus trees with coast live oak trees. Replacement trees shall be illustrated in the landscape plan that includes, but is not limited to, the following. The landscape plan shall include a visual simulation from viewpoints of State Route 68, River Road, Reservation Road, and adjacent neighborhood and trail of the planted trees at full height to ensure the vegetation will successfully screen the structures. Location, species, and size of plantings which must be native and drought tolerant. Mounding, informal massing, or irregularly spaced trees and plantings. Sufficient native trees and landscaping along the perimeter of the developed area to screen the buildings from State Route 68, River Road, Reservation Road, and the adjacent neighborhood. And an irrigation plan. The landscape plans shall be subject to review and approval by HCD planning prior to issuance of building permits. The landscaping shall be installed and inspected prior to occupancy. All landscaped areas and/or fences shall be continuously maintained by the project proponent, and all plant material shall be continuously maintained in a litter-free, weed-free, healthy and growing condition. If any trees that aid in screening the buildings on parcel Q are removed, they shall be replaced. This requirement will be included in the permit conditions.
Thank you. That's thorough. I think as the person who was spearheading this, it may be more detailed than effective. I think what I was really looking for, and not in the implementation part, who's going to do it and when, I think that's very wise, and the maintenance piece that we talked about, I think Commissioner Monsalve brought up. I just want the outcome. I want it to say that the landscaping plan shall, insofar as possible, screen equivalent, at full growth, shall screen equivalently with the eucalyptus trees that they're taking out. So it's not the how, it's the what. Just so if you start out with the purpose of this is to make the screening as good or better than it is now. That's what I would like to see. And frankly, the details they may come up with a better plan as they're going along, and I assume staff can manage that if they have the outcome in front of them. So just my suggestion is to include that very clear outcome language at the beginning, and then the rest of it seems very, very thorough. And in future, perhaps it's not necessary to have that much detail if you have the outcome. Commissioner Monsalve, you were also interested in that?
I'm happy with that detail, but I would appreciate that outcome stated up front.
Anyone else? Anything else, staff? Any other? Mr. Marshall, did you want to weigh in?
So with regards to how we calculate the affordability, because this is a key point between the applicant and staff's position. The best way I can describe it is the inclusionary housing ordinance, the county's density bonus ordinance, and state density bonus law are distributive. And so what I mean by that is an applicant comes in, proposes a set number of units, and based on that, we come up with a number that is affordable based on a percentage, whether it's the county's ordinance of 668 or it is the state density bonus law. And then that all fits within those units. The state density bonus law is additive. So what that means is based on the percentage of affordability, you get an additional percentage of market rate units that are not factored into the affordability. What the applicant has proposed is a 27-unit subdivision. And what they would like to do, have us calculate the affordability on is the 23 market rate, which is inconsistent with the county's ordinance and the way we've done it in the past. So we would say that this is a 27-lot subdivision. They get one credit because they could already build a house up there if they wanted. And so the way we would calculate it is without the 5%, they would owe 5.2 inclusionary units. So I've taken out the workforce, the 5%. And so they would build 4 moderate income units on site and have 1.2 inclusionary units remaining. And they would satisfy that through an in lieu fee of $192,732. But I do want to clarify that there is a distinction between the way that the applicant believes that the calculation should be made and the staff's understanding of the ordinance and historic precedent. And it also does come down to the density bonus concessions that would be required because you would be lowering the affordability percentages. The 4 units at moderate income is 17.4% of a 23-unit project and only 14.8% of a 27-unit project. And so they would lose a concession there. And then the other thing I would like to add is the Board of Supervisors has already adopted a policy that we can waive the building fees for inclusionary units to help bring those costs down.
Thank you. That's very helpful, Mr. Marshall. Anything else from staff before we go to discussion? You'd like to clarify or address?
Yes, through the chair. Although the applicant does agree with the request relative to conditions 10 and 14, staff just wants to point out some clarification. So condition number 10 requires the applicant place a benchmark, which is relative to a measurement in height and not a measurement in story. Therefore, amending the condition to include a story would be difficult for a land surveyor or an engineer to put that on the plans and measure in terms of story versus height. Then relative to condition number 14, 14 requires a modification of the zoning to include a height limit. That too is also a measurement in height, and it is not a measurement in story. And we do not have zoning designations that have measurements in story. So to include a story would also be difficult. So I'm not sure how to address the concerns of the homeowners association other than a typical 20-foot height limit would be a single-story home, other than having a subterranean portion of the home.
Thank you. Anything else from staff? All right, let's bring it back to the commission. Commissioners, Commissioner Roberts.
I have a clarifying question about the unit cap. I'm still confused. This project proposes a 27-unit addition, but there's 3 vacant lots somewhere else. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct. Based on the data that was gathered for the previous senior project, there were 3 lots that were created through the subdivisions that were not built.
So I guess my question is, are we excluding someone else's rights that may need to come back for an amendment to this specific plan?
No, the addition of the 27 includes, it doesn't affect the 3. Right. Because the 3 is part of the original number. They just have not been built.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Daniels?
Well, this is actually
confusing me. My apologies. So the proposal before us is 27 units. And the change in the specific plan, the update, is for an increase to the total cap of how much?
The total cap will increase by 27. So the cap was 1,031. 3 of those units were not built, but the lots through subdivisions were created. So with the increase of the 27, the new total would be 1,058.
So the 3 units through the chair are included in the 1,031 already?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I apologize if I'm totally spaced out on this. So the recommendation that staff is asking for, what is the in lieu fee that they're asking for? Because I've heard 3 different numbers so far. I've heard this $400,000 one, I've heard a $65,000 one, and then I've heard Mr. Marshall's roughly $200,000 one. So what exactly would we be recommending?
Could staff perhaps put the recommendations page back up for us to refer to? I just find it's easier to talk about numbers if we're looking at something that has numbers on it. There you go. Okay, so Commissioner,
The current proposal through the chair is the 401,525.
And through the chair, that would include the 5% workforce. So what the applicant has argued is that the state says we can't assess that, so you'll have to weigh that. If we go with just the 20% calculation on the 27-unit lot subdivision, the fee would be $192,732, and building 4 units on site. And so that would be 4 units on site, 1.2 that are satisfied through that $192,000 in lieu fee.
all right, thank you. I think that's helpful. Commissioner Shaw, did that answer your question?
Sure. Thanks.
Commissioner Work, are you leaning forward? Anybody down at this end? Commissioners? Okay, couple from me. One is, I don't see a construction management plan condition. Did I just miss that? We normally have one, and that would be a place to specify things like, making sure we address the concerns that are addressed by the current residents of Las Palmas. Did I miss that? Usually it says we are going to have a construction management plan for the infrastructure and that it should do those things, namely. If we didn't, I think it would be a good idea myself.
Through the chair,
Yes.
we have Armando Fernandez raising his hand on Zoom. He may be wanting to answer your question.
Perfect. Mr. Fernandez.
You can.
Thank you, Madam. I already did, I think. Thank you, Madam Chair. We do not have a condition of approval for a construction management plan for this particular project. As you mentioned before, we normally do. That doesn't mean we don't have the capacity to request that during the building application phase. So we're happy to include it as a condition of approval now, but again, also we have the ability to do it during the building permit process.
Thank you. I think that's wonderful to know. However, that doesn't mean that the members of the public know what's going to be required. So I would advocate for including a condition that says there needs to be one, and it's going to specify the hours of operation and the places where everybody's going to park and all that stuff, something like that, as we normally would, just so that the members of the public are aware that there are those provisions and what they are. That would be my preference. Commissioner Monsalve?
Speaking to that building management plan and provisions of parking and all of that, since the only nearby parking would be in another private community, will that community have any kind of input on approving this building management plan? Or will they have the opportunity to review it and then submit their concerns so that their concerns are considered prior to approving the building management plan?
Thank you. I think Mr. Fernandez indicated that they would be able to supply a construction management plan condition now, which would ensure that those things were considered at this level. Is that correct, Mr. Fernandez?
That is correct, Madam Chair. And just so we understand the process, is the construction management plan is a plan that comes to Public Works for review. We normally don't distribute that to any community or anybody else. It's a plan that gets reviewed from a technical perspective, but we can incorporate things like where can people park, where the contractors can park, and what are the working hours. And my understanding from what I heard before is 8 to 5 is acceptable to the community. No parking normally is allowed outside of the property, so everybody would park within the parcel queue.
Thank you. And I think if we had a condition that said that, again, that members of the public would be aware of it, and that would provide the public review that is normally being discussed in this setting. And that's why I advocate for such conditions to be in the conditions of approval, and I would continue to do so. I would just want to open the public hearing long enough to ask the applicant if such a condition would be acceptable to them. This is for the construction management plan, yes.
Yeah, we certainly have. I think your question, I apologize, I wasn't paying attention. I was talking to my client, but I think your suggestion was that they would park only on site and no parking in the neighborhoods, and that's completely fine.
There was an hours suggestion of...
Yeah, 8 to 5 for construction hours, working hours. Yes.
So such a condition seems to be acceptable to the applicant. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. So perhaps we can get Mr. Fernandez to supply such a condition of approval if possible. Any other comments or questions from the commission? Anything else? Mr. Marshall.
And Mr. Lombardo has indicated that his clients are in agreement with the 5.2 inclusionary with 4 on site and an in lieu fee of $192,000 for the remaining 1.2 units.
Oh, that was quick. So that would, if we put our options back, that would just simply modify the number for the in lieu fee to $192,000 some odd. Commissioner Gomez?
Would this change, would this be different from our practice for doing the ag 5%?
It is. It's a different interpretation than we have used in the past. Fortunately, as you'll hear later today, we're not seeing a whole lot of applications that have been affected by it. But yes, it is a different interpretation.
I would also add, from my perspective, that we're being asked for a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, who will have the opportunity for additional in-depth legal review when that item comes before them. If there's a precedential issue, I would certainly hope that they could backstop us on the legal side of it. That would be my thinking about that. Anybody else? Madam Secretary.
Thank you. I just wanted to return to the construction management plan briefly. I just wanted to clarify at this point, since this is an approval for the subdivision for this project, adding the condition of approval for that construction management plan would be for the subdivision improvements. If the desire is that some of those construction management clarifications accompany the future construction of individual lots, that would need to be a note added to the map.
Thank you. When I suggested, I was suggesting for the subdivision and the subdivision improvements, and assuming that any further construction would be considered at the time it occurred. So that would be my suggestion, specific to that. Commissioner Monsalve?
Two last things, sorry, and thank you for humoring me today. I've spoken a lot. The letter from Ms. Kemp addressed two things I wanted to just touch on. The park. Where is the nearest park if there is no park built near the area of these 27 lots?
There are parks and open space within Las Palmas 1 subdivision. That would be the closest to parcel Q.
How close is that?
Um,
Can those folks walk to that park?
They would be able to walk down the access up to the site. They would have to walk down that hill, but they could reach it. When I did my site visit, I was able to walk up.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kemp.
I have one more thing, but Commissioner Shaw seems to have
Oh, Commissioner,
comment on the
sorry,
parks.
Commissioner Shaw, I'm sorry. I was
Thank
looking
you.
at the list of things here.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask a follow-up question about the park, but this isn't a public park, correct? This belongs to the Las Palmas 1 or 2, whatever. It's paid for by them and maintained by their HOA fees, correct? And if this development was not to join their HOA for whatever reason, for sure you're going to join their sorry, he's speaking to me from behind you. I just wanted to clarify, the usage of this park and who's actually paying for its maintenance. That's all. Thank you.
Riverview would be required to have an HOA. The plan is to join the existing Las Palmas HOA, which would then maintain any on-site park of parcel Q, as well as all the parks in subdivision 1.
Should they agree to do so? And then as I read, it would be a separate HOA if they did not.
Yes.
Commissioner Monsalve.
My last comment was asking about the erosion control plan. It hasn't been drafted yet, therefore it hasn't been reviewed, but would that then become like the future building management plan, that it would be open for review and comments when it does finally get produced?
The erosion control plan, I believe we received, or in the geological hazards report, it addressed erosion control, but yeah, for any future development of structures, those would be reviewed independently, and we would do a full design review, erosion control review, everything we do for any other single-family dwelling being built. So yeah, the future homes would be required to have their separate reports.
Thank you so much.
Anything else? I'm seeing any commissioners here, and I would just wanted to run down that I am understanding that there's concurrence that we add a construction management plan provision as we've outlined, that we add the changes to the landscape plan as discussed, and that the current staff recommendation is for option 2 with the altered negotiated number as mentioned by Mr. Marshall. Is that what the staff understands as well? Am I missing other alterations? Madam Secretary?
I believe there was needed deletion of 2 holdover, condition number 41, and could staff identify the number of the other condition that needs to be removed?
Had to do with stormwater, I think. I apologize to the public, but this is the project paperwork, and so people are looking through it to find the right one. Commissioner Daniels.
Just while they're looking for that, if possible, I'm so sorry, I had to use the restroom. So it sounds like in the recommendation, there was a modification that was discussed while I was using the restroom.
Mr. Marshall, would you just review that?
So the applicant has agreed to the 20% calculation based on a 27-lot subdivision, which results in 5.2 inclusionary units, no workforce units. And they will provide the 4 moderate income on site and pay an in-lieu fee of $192,732, I think was the number, for the remaining 1.2 units.
Okay.
But I do have that number, and it will be in the condition.
Thank you. Ms. Kemp, I've closed public comment.
It's important on condition 13 regarding the stormwater. It's only one portion of condition 13. It's the detention disposal. The first paragraph, condition 13, is correct.
Thank you, Ms. Kemp. We'll have staff look at that. All right, so staff is looking at the stormwater condition. Commissioner Gomez, did you have something?
Just wanted to, I know that the supervisorial districts changed. I was just trying to figure out what district this falls under.
5.
It's at 5, okay.
Commissioner Daniels?
So just keeping in mind what was stated before, that this is a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, and that any legal agreement, any legal issues can be taken up. I'm just confused as to why we would change the recommendation at this point in time.
I was clarifying that the staff's recommendation was, and that was the current staff recommendation based on the hearing. The commission is still free to recommend what the commission would like to recommend.
So just for clarification through the chair, while I was in the restroom, the staff changed their recommendation?
But yes, they were able to confer with the applicant and get agreement on this new proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Commission can do what it wants to do. All right, seeing no further questions on awaiting clarification on, I believe it's condition 13 that staff is looking into. Do we have any actions we would like to propose at this time?
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, let's turn your microphone on, Commissioner Gomez.
I'd like to make a motion with the clarifications that were made by our chairperson and our staff. But going back, I think I'd like to go with the original recommendation in terms of the in lieu fee, which is the original staff recommendation that was brought forth by staff.
Can we have the options back up once again on the screen, please? So the motion by Commissioner Gomez is, as I understand it, for staff's, the current project recommendation, which was number 2 on staff's options, as presented originally, with the addition of the amendments and modifications to the conditions that have been discussed. Is that correct?
Yes, because I am concerned that we'd be setting bad precedent by changing what our existing policy has been.
Thank you. Is there a second for that? Motion looking for a second?
Madam Chair, I guess I don't completely understand what we're considering.
Do we get that? Can we get the options back up on the screen? All right. I believe what I understood Commissioner Gomez to be saying is that he is moving the current proposal option here as presented in the presentation, looking at it right now, and not as modified subsequently in the discussion with the addition of the amendments. He's nodding his head, so I'm assuming I got that right. You got it right. Anybody? Is there a second for that? Commissioner Getzelman seconds that motion. That being the case, we have a motion on the floor with second. Is there further discussion? Anyone? Seeing no discussion, I'm going to put it to the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no?
I vote no.
We have a no, but I believe the ayes have it. And I believe Commissioner Work is alone on that, unless I see another no. All right, so the motion carries, and that is our recommendation. Staff, do you have what you need to go forward?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. We'll now move forward to item number 4 on our agenda, which is PLN 190155, Ella Industries Incorporated. And we will have the staff lead us through this application as soon as they are able to get ready to do that. Okay.
Yeah. 9 miles out River Road. Only on the right-hand side of the street.
Okay. Staff, are you prepared for this? Take it away. First, you get to have a microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Quinn, can you please share my presentation using Staff Right? Good morning, Chair Deal and Commissioners. My name is Haya Honorado, and I will be presenting staff's report on PLN 190155 for Ella Industries Incorporated. The properties are located less than a half-mile northeast of the intersection of Vega Road and Lewis Road, Royal Oaks, in the North County Area Plan, with a zoning of low-density residential. The project consists of legalizing grading and paving over a portion of an unimproved road to partially clear a violation and to allow development on slopes in excess of 25% for the construction of a private road and utility trench to serve 4 future home sites. There is an existing access easement that provides access through parcels A, B, and C. The easement lies within the same path as what used to be logging roads dating back to the 1950s, as seen in the satellite photo on the right. The logging road was continued to be used as a Jeep trail over the years. The proposed road improvement project will stay within the footprint of the Jeep Trail and access easement with engineered sloping, a utility trench to provide future utility feeds to the 4 parcels for future development, and a stormwater controls to prevent further erosion and provide stability to the hillside. The applicant submitted a use permit application to the county in May of 2019. While working through the permit application process with the county, a series of atmospheric river storms hit the area and caused high erosion along the existing Jeep Trail. The applicant began to remove the excess soil from the access road and paved a portion of the road to stabilize it due to elevated erosion at this portion. While removing the excess soil from the access road, the applicant conducted work within areas of slopes of in excess of 25%. The applicant received a notice of violation from the county's code enforcement for construction of a new road and development on slopes. The violation will be partially cleared through this entitlement and will be fully abated once the grading permit for the violation is finalized. The 4 parcels include a large portion of eucalyptus trees that were used as a plantation as indicated by the yellow here due to the evidence of uniform rows with spacing of 10 to 20 feet and multi-clustered stems that have been harvested 2 to 3 times. Several eucalyptus trees were removed either due to storm damage or subsequent grading. The number of trees removed is unknown. However, eucalyptus is not a native tree in the North County Area Plan. The county has included a non-standard restoration plan to address concerns for restoring the site after construction and to help stabilize the soil from erosion. The restoration plan condition addresses replanting the previously removed eucalyptus trees with oak trees and providing native vegetation along the areas of disturbance due to construction. A geotechnical evaluation was submitted with the project that includes an engineering plan for the new access road, utility trench with future site utilities installed, and stormwater management plan. The associated road improvement development is consistent with the Monterey County General Plan. It will help stabilize the highly erodible soil and minimize further erosion through the engineered fill materials, compaction, and paving. Building the new road within the footprint of the existing road and within an existing 50-foot wide right-of-way access easement will minimize impacts to the surrounding environment. Staff recommends adding an additional condition for the construction management plan to be submitted to HCD planning for approval prior to submittal of any building or grading permits. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission find the project qualifies as categorically exempt from CEQA and approve a use permit to legalize grading and paving to partially clear a code enforcement violation and allow development on slopes for construction of a private road and utility trench. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Honorado, and welcome. Excellent first presentation. Are there any clarifying questions from commissioners? Commissioner Daniels.
Thank you, and yes, welcome. I have an initial question regarding the tree removal, which is referred to as eucalyptus trees. Were any other trees removed, including potentially Monterey pines or oak trees?
We do have a arborist report that was submitted that did confirm that only eucalyptus trees were removed. If there were any additional trees, debris, it was due to storm damage where limbs and tree parts were already on the ground.
Through the chair, I'm just going to preface this that I hope my frustration doesn't leak out. That's not my intention. But I did visit the site, and I have read the arborist report, and I don't see it right in front of me. It's somewhere here, but I just remember in the first paragraph it mentions Monterey pines, so I'm just not sure how that's possible. But I don't have, it was a Frank Ono report, if I remember correctly. And if you visit the site, the images that we have you visited the site, I guess, through the chair?
Through the chair, no, I have not. I had a previous planner conducted the site visit prior to me taking this on.
Okay, so even just remaining on the portion of the property that is up into the point where a gate is installed, that what I'm guessing is the beginning of this property, you're in an oak woodland, like. It's very clear what the landscape is. It's an oak woodland, and the images of the eucalyptus forest, my guess, is way up above in a different portion of this very large property. And so my concern is that you can see a lot of damage from the beginning of the property where this new road has been built and where the Jeep trail has been widened, that cuts right through oak woodland. So it's really hard to imagine that no oaks were removed for this project. And so there was just a real inconsistency for me between what is written and what is not, and what is sort of just common sense evident if you were to enter into the property. And then the next question I have is, not in your report, your presentation was excellent, but when I read the report, it reads like almost like an act of God. Like, we have water. The problem is that there's so much water, and that the road is necessary to stabilize the landscape. But the reality is that, I think we can just have some evidence-based understanding that if we didn't have debris flows and erosion happening prior to this violation, that the violation is what has created the problem, right? And so my question is there's no I guess, fine or anything for a violation? It's just get a permit? I guess to be even clearer, is this a permittable project? Or if someone just came in with a request for a permit for this project, would there be other steps that an applicant would have to take that are beyond what we're doing today, which is just remediating, the violation by issuing a permit? Any other analysis? We just sat through hours of a presentation about storm control and drainage and erosion control and all of these things. I mean, is there anything more, or is this just simply we issue the permit and it's a permit that would have been issued under any other circumstances with this level of review?
Yes, and through the chair, during the analysis period, one of the things that we look at is whether or not this would be permittable, whether or not the violation is in place. And in this case, it would be. The application for the road was submitted in 2019 prior to the violation. And so at that time, the road improvement plan was already in motion with the county prior to the violation happening. The course of the violation was removing excess soil and debris from the storms off of the existing road just to maintain access, which may have been something where if there wasn't need for access, we wouldn't know what the condition of the road would be. But
so through the chair, that's very helpful in terms of the way in which the staff report was written. So just for clarification purposes, there are several violations. They include tree removal, they include building a road, and they include removing debris that was created, I guess, and that would be in sequential order. So you're saying that there was a permit for the road?
For road improvement. So the road
had happened, I guess through the chair, what had happened prior to that permit for road improvement? What was the sequence of events, and did they have permits? I guess that's my question.
Yes, so the permit application was received by the county in 2019. The violation took place in 2021.
So to be super clear, no violations occurred before 2019 when the permit was requested?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Monsalve?
There was a permit, or there was a permit application?
Permit application was submitted in 2019 and was going through the process with the county.
So there was no permit?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. So when was the first time that the county actually set foot on this property? Because I'm hearing that the application was submitted in 2019, but the violations occurred in 2021. But how do we know what happened in between if nobody was out there and we're just depending on the neighbors having noticed and then reported, and then the very slow process of the county actually getting out there? So how can we confirm for sure that there was no violations that, because to me it seems like, and again, I also visited the site and I walked it extensively, that the problem with the reason that this debris needed to be removed was because they had already been doing work, because it seems like everybody else's property is fine. And if you go back to figure 11 showing Google Earth back in 2017, I can't even see the access road. So I'm assuming, the natural habitat took back over. There's not really a road. They cut a road in, created this huge erosion problem, which I have photographs of, the extensive damage that's been done, for lack of a better word, to the natural habitat out there of, a lot of wildlife. So I just think it's extremely convenient to say, oh, this happened because of these precipitation events in 2021. Yet, unless the county's been out there, how do we confirm that they didn't already start doing that?
Through the chair, excuse me, Anna Kinga with HCD Planning. Unfortunately, with without the benefit of either planning staff having done a site visit or code enforcement going out there earlier, the only record we would have, it would be based on the violation that we currently have open. We do have testimony from neighbors, however, and I think they may have dates and photographs of when things may have or have not occurred. I don't know if that really answers your question, but.
I guess thank you through the chair. I was just putting a question out that maybe can't really be answered other than just saying staff didn't go out there, so we don't really know. And we can only just go off the most recent confirmed violation, which is 2021. Thank you.
Commissioner Roberts, I think, was next, and then Commissioner Monsalve. Commissioner Roberts.
I have not visited the site, but based on what I'm hearing and what I've seen, we've had, unfortunately, cases like this in the past, and sometimes staff provides Google Earth images, a series of them to show how the change has or hasn't occurred. And I know that it looks like the public has provided information like that, and I'm wondering if staff has that kind of sequence. I can't pull it up on my phone, so otherwise that's what I was trying to look to see. Sometimes that tells the story. I mean, I remember a project where it was like, oh, in this year, it looked like this, and 6 months later, it looked like this. Or I don't know, maybe code enforcement has already done that if we have access to that kind of evidence.
Through the chair, I could look and see what we have in code enforcement's files. However, most of their records are confidential. So let me try Google Earth imagery first.
While you're doing that, maybe we could move on to Commissioner Monsalve, if that would be acceptable. Okay, Commissioner Monsalve.
Thank you. I just want to confirm my understanding. They applied for a permit in 2019, and then without having yet received the permit, proceeded to do what they wanted to do. Proceeded to build whatever that permit was, that permit application was for. The permit application was for tree removal?
No, the application was for building road improvement. So it was to pave the existing access road that was already on site.
So that application showed the area that wanted to be paved and that there were no trees on it in 2019?
The trees that are along the access road are eucalyptus, and they're not protected under the North County Area Plan.
So the application for the permit to pave the road just talked about paving a road. It didn't mention any tree removal or any debris removal or anything else.
Not debris removal other than the grading that would be required for the road itself.
Thank you.
I assume we're still looking for Commissioner Roberts. So Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. Okay, so let me try to expand on that, my understanding having been to the site. So the original permit in 2019 was for grading the road that's already there, which goes up to that initial gate, correct? The part, it's great, excuse me, paved, not graded. Is that what the application was for? What's currently paved, it's already been paved? Or is it from the dirt road that goes up into their property?
I could probably share my screen. That might be a little bit easier. But the original application was actually for the to pave the road all the way through all 4 parcels to give access to parcel D. So, and if you can share my screen again.
Through the chair. So that would include tree removal, extensive grading, quite a lot, because that's, how long is that road that was in the initial permit application?
So this is showing the access road, and this is also within the access easement that travels all the way from parcel A all the way to parcel D. So this was the original, what was being proposed for being a paved road. We also have this map here that shows the yellow being the eucalyptus trees. And you can see here the access road. Most of it primarily were within the yellow of where the eucalyptus trees existed and do still exist. The violation was primarily in parcels A and B. C and D were never touched. So going back to this map here, so the violation was in the front end of the 4 parcels.
Sorry, through the chair. So is that like half a mile long, a few hundred feet long? There's no way, echoing what Commissioner Daniels said, there's no way that they just removed only eucalyptus trees. When you're out there, and I've lived in the area my entire life, my family has had property, many, many decades ago off Lewis Road. There's no way that it was just eucalyptus trees that were removed. I feel like that's absolutely impossible. It'd be like a complete stroke of luck that they bought this piece of property in the access road and everything just happened to align that way. But so this is a pretty long road, correct, that they applied for the permit. And they clear cut, they did extensive grading, they've built retention ponds, dug holes without any kind of biologist survey, correct? If they, in 2019, if they went through the process how it's supposed to go, would they have had to do like a nesting survey, a survey for endangered plants and animals and other things, correct, before they began any of this?
This is not, the 4 parcels were not identified as having environmentally sensitive habitats within the area, which would trigger a biology report.
Through the chair, however, we would still require nesting bird surveys if the tree removal were to occur during the nesting season. However, it is my understanding that the work that did occur is only a portion on the road. Part of your consideration today is also to continue the construction of the rest of the road. So you are looking at a 2-piece kind of consideration where a portion is after the fact, an after the fact permit. And then the rest is a permit seeking to develop the remaining areas of the road. And then I have the Google Earth imagery up that I could share.
Please. And I'm just going to take a moment here to say that if anyone is here for items beyond this, we will be taking them up after lunch.
Okay, so this is as of July 2023. This is Lewis Road, this is Vega Road, and Miss Honorado, this is the access road, is that correct? Okay. So moving backwards in time, this is 2022, 2021. A little fuzzy, much more fuzzy.
Cameras have improved.
2020, looks like there was quite a bit of vegetation removal in 2020. 2020.
Madam Chair.
2019.
I was going to say, is
Commissioner
that
Roberts.
2019? Will you tell me what year that was?
That, oops. This is 2018.
And I don't know if staff, I'm sorry, through the chair, if staff is able to identify where the eucalyptus, whatever the arborist called it, stand is, or.
Grove.
Yeah, grove.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, but this looks like it could be the rose that they were describing, but I am definitely not an arborist. I kind of kill plants to keep them alive, so. But just based on the shape, it appears that way.
One more question. If you'll click back to whatever the next year after this that has a clear image. Maybe one more. Where it starts to change, I guess. I'm just curious to notice the eucalyptus part of it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's helpful for me. Appreciate it, Ms. Kinga. I'm just going to ask a question about violations in general. I mean, in the event that the commission were to not adopt the recommendations as put forward by staff, what is the normal procedure in the case of a violation to the grading and building things? What would happen?
The first recommendation or the first, working with an applicant in a violation, staff first seeks for full restoration. If a full restoration isn't achievable, then we explore other options. And we only consider full restoration not being achievable in cases where restoration would actually be more detrimental to the environment. So say if the road that was graded in order to put the grade back would require additional grading, keying, compaction, if that would require more work or like retaining walls, things that would not allow for the land to be more natural, then we would seek alternatives such as partial restoration or an after-the-fact permit.
Which is what staff is seeking or is approaching now, is that third option. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there additional penalties that are levied upon an applicant who has a violation on the property or who, shall we say, precedes the issuance of a permit for their activities?
Yes. Should an applicant seek restoration, then that is done administratively. So you don't go before a zoning administrator or planning commission. The restoration permit is not double feed. We work with the applicant, sometimes a biologist, and sometimes a soils engineer. Should they seek after the fact approval, that any planning permit that's required, that's double feed. And also code enforcement fees are incurred in addition to the planning fees.
Thank you, that's helpful. But in this specific case, if you were thinking about restoration in the portion that's a eucalyptus plantation, would you assume that we're going to replant eucalyptus in it?
No. We would require native planting or native compatible planting as well as regrading of the roadway.
Thank you, I find that helpful. Commissioner Shaw?
A little bit off topic from that, thank you. Having walked a lot of this area, and it says the slopes are in excess of 25%. Do you know, because it was quite steep out there in spots that were not even at 25% yet, what the slopes are out there, how much in excess of 25% are they? Because they're very steep and there is a lot of that silty soil just coming down everywhere.
Ms. Honorado is having to log back into her computer.
And Commissioner Shaw, maybe you could help me understand the basis. What are you looking for clarification on with that?
I'm just curious, you know, having been out there, because it is quite steep and there are portions of the property that I was able to photograph from a distance that were very steep. What exactly, if we were to accept this after the fact permit, how in excess of 25% are we allowing? Just for my own curiosity.
Thank you.
Could I ask another?
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry, thanks. Just another question.
As long
off
as you're not going to distract her from trying to answer your previous question.
Maybe Ms. Kenga can answer this. What exactly would make something be an environmentally sensitive habitat area? Just because this seems like this would be an environmentally sensitive habitat area. Obviously, not so much the eucalyptus grove, although plenty of birds nest in there and animals live there. Why would this not qualify for that same oversight as other places?
That's a very good question, and it also kind of depends on the area in the county that you're located. Like in North County, there's the coastal zone and there's the inland area. This particular portion of the county is in the inland area where we don't have the same type of policies and regulations relative to the protection of environmentally sensitive habitats. Say, for instance, in the North County Land Use Plan area, the coastal zone, that if you're doing development within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat, you're not even in it, that triggers a permit. Whereas in the inland area, there isn't the same type of protection, resource protection policy. That said, if we have data from, if we have like resource data that shows that there is a potential for ponds to be out there or like some type of habitat that we know like a California red-legged frog would be out there, or because of the trees, maybe monarch butterflies would winter there, that would then, we would then be allowed by our code to require submittal of a biological report. If there isn't any indication, then we typically don't ask for a biological report, and that's based on what our code allows us to do.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Through the chair, if I could just ask for a little bit more clarification, that was very helpful. Thank you, and very easy for me to understand. What would be an indication that, how would you get that information? Would it be through a site visit, or how would you even know that? Because this is a large 4 parcels, like 100 acres. Thank you.
It could be through a site visit. It could be through resource data in our GIS. And I can never get this acronym right, but it's the California Native, the CNDDB database. It's a biological diversity database that has like plant rankings as well as animals that show a potential for them to be located on and near an area. There could be other resource data such as a biological report on a neighboring property, or a fellow planner has worked on a neighboring property and they know of sensitive habitat. Sometimes on your site visit, you'll notice that there is like a stream or a creek. And yeah, so it's kind of a mix.
Thank you. I think if you have the topo map handy or whatever you're going to talk about slopes, that would be great. But after that, what I would like to do at this point is to run a time check for the commissioners and see if it would be acceptable to move forward to public comment on this item prior to breaking for lunch. It doesn't appear that we have a vast number of people, but I would like for us to be able to hear the people who have come here. Is there any objection to doing that? Okay. That being the case, I'd like to go ahead and open public comment and invite the applicant or the applicant's representative forward. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Rutterer on behalf of the applicant and the owner. We do have a presentation, so maybe that can be pulled up real quick.
Great. Can you give me an idea of how long you anticipate it would?
I don't think it should take that long, maybe 5 minutes. We also have one of the owner's representatives here, Casey Marsh, and then the project engineer, Rune Storson, who prepared a fair amount of the application materials and the various plans. He's on Zoom as well, to the extent that there's questions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, kudos to staff. I really appreciate all the hard work that Haya put into this. There's been like 3 or 4 separate planners on this project since we started through the application process, and Haya has finally got it to the finish line, so thanks for that. I think just before I get into the presentation, I'd like to address some of the comments that the commission made. In terms of fines or penalties, I just wanted to let the commission know that there was a companion code enforcement action that eventually led to what's called a stipulated agreement with the applicant that required us to pay fines for what was done. And then it has some strict timelines in terms of, to the extent that we can get this permit moving, we're required to basically do all the work within 180 days from permit issuance. And there's some pretty strict timelines in that stipulated agreement. And then if we don't meet the requirements in the stipulated agreement, then another $330,000 in fines kick in. So there's some pretty aggressive timelines in that stipulated agreement, and the owner is fully committed to meeting those, understands the seriousness of what happened, and we're here to hopefully try to resolve that. So with that, maybe you can move on to the next slide, please. So just wanted to give just a brief history of the property and access. So the property was historically a eucalyptus plantation where eucalyptus was grown, harvested, and sold. The access road that's proposed for improvement shows up on aerial photos, including there was a 1956 aerial photograph that I think Haya had in her staff report. In 1965, after the lumber operation ceased, the owner at the time subdivided the property into 4 lots. As part of that subdivision, the owners had designated a 50-foot right-of-way on the map to provide access to Vega Road from the 4 lots. The easement followed the path of the old disturbed plantation road. Next slide, please. And this is the actual subdivision map from 1965 that I thought you might want to see, that shows that 50-foot access road coming down to Vega. The road actually extends east into the 3 other parcels to provide access from those parcels to Vega Road. Next slide, please. So what is the Vega Road Improvement Project and the scope of work, and what's before the Planning Commission? The project before the Planning Commission is the use permit for improvements to an existing access road that partially impacts slopes in excess of 25%. I don't recall what the percentages are in terms of, I think Commissioner Shaw had a question about the percentages, what percentage of slopes would be impacted by this project. And I think the vast majority, I want to say 65, 70% impact slopes less than 25%. And then slopes in excess, I don't know, Haya, if you had that information, but I thought it was in the range of maybe 30% of the length of the road, which is roughly 5,000 linear feet from Vega Road to the very end. So just getting back to what the project is. So staff has prepared some very detailed findings, there's a resolution that's attached to the Planning Commission staff report that has some detailed findings to support the issuance of the use permit to allow development on slopes in excess of 25%. We obviously concur with the findings and the evidence that is referenced in that resolution. The owner is not proposing any development beyond the road and the utility trench. So there's no subdivision, no housing projects being proposed, and none of that's before the Planning Commission today. The owner also isn't proposing any water system or any uses that would increase demand on the water supply. Prior to construction, the owner still needs to get a grading permit and construction permit. And that process requires county review and approval of detailed construction plans that include an erosion control plan, stormwater plan, drainage plan, and all those plans must comply with the strict code requirements to avoid impacts on neighboring property. And if you move to some of the next slides, I think you can see at least a little bit of, let me see, get my glasses, what those plans are. Oh, that's just another map, I'm sorry, that shows the path of the existing road within that, within the easement area. If you go to the next slide. This also shows the easement area and the road and how it avoids. It's entirely within the eucalyptus plantation, which is the yellow designated areas, and then I believe the purple designated areas are the oaks, and then there's the green areas that are considered grassland areas. So that the road, the way it's currently aligned and configured, avoids some of those areas, the oak woodland area as well as that grassland area. Next slide, please. So the use permit, like I said earlier, does not approve grading, road development or construction, residential development or water supply. There's separate permits that are going to be required in order to facilitate the grading and the road development and construction. Next slide. And this is just a sample, the construction management plan was actually prepared. So there's been some detailed construction drawings that have been prepared that will be submitted with the grading permit application. And they're relatively small print, but I just wanted to give you a sense of, there is one in the works, and that plan will provide for traffic control. It'll identify staging that's on the property, where various trucks, et cetera, will be parked, and then it'll include hours of construction, similar to some of the discussion you had on the last project that you just reviewed. Next. So here it is. So other permit requirements will include the construction management plan, the erosion control plan, the drainage plan, the stormwater control plan, and a geotechnical report, which I believe is in your packet, actually, that's already been prepared. Next slide. Okay, I think that's it. So I just wanted to make a couple more comments. So the county received several emails from neighbors expressing concerns about the road and asking the Planning Commission to deny the permit. Our office met with the Carnes and Uvalis in October, and at that time they expressed no concerns about the project, and we have a summary of that meeting. We actually sent a summary of the meeting to both the Carnes and Uvalis after that meeting in October, just confirming that this is how the meeting went and this is what was discussed, indicating that you had expressed no concerns about the project, and they thanked us in a response to that email. We also emailed the neighbors notice of this hearing about 10 days ago, just to make sure they got notice and they were aware of it. Nobody ever expressed any concerns until the letters we received, basically yesterday from the county. So it was a little frustrating because we did attempt to try to meet with them and resolve any differences or concerns that they might have with what would be a fully, improved roadway. And then another thing, so all the work, when the code enforcement action happened in 2021, all the work stopped on the property. They stabilized the improved areas. They installed hay bales, straw wattles, and tried to stabilize the situation, which, our engineer's on the phone, I think on the Zoom meeting, he could probably attest to the efficacy of what's been installed out there. It was part of a stormwater pollution prevention plan that was submitted to the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So it's part of an approved plan, what was installed. It felt to us that some of the real concerns of the neighbors might have to do with the possibility that future houses might be constructed on these 4 lots. But as I mentioned earlier, the lots were subdivided in 1965 before the neighbors actually purchased their property. And this area has always been zoned for low-density residential. So regardless of what happens with this project, there's always the possibility that homes will ultimately be developed out there. And this is not the intention of this particular applicant. At this time, we just want to improve and create a safer road for access. And then just to provide some background in terms of the application, there was an application that was submitted in 2019, right before the pandemic, actually. And that application was for a permit to do the whole length of that road. So my understanding, and the applicant's representative is here too, or a representative of the owner, as part of that process, just like every application that's submitted, the planning department has certain requirements, one of which was to try to get a better picture of the topography on the slopes that were adjacent to that road that were unfortunately basically covered with eucalyptus trees. And so part of the issue with the code, with what the improvements that they made out there were in an attempt to get a truck up there that could actually remove eucalyptus trees from slopes that could ultimately be shot so that an accurate topography could be submitted as part of that plan set. And so when that work was done, obviously there was a good amount of disturbance. There was complaints that came in, and then code enforcement came out, stopped everything, required the site to be stabilized, which was done. And now here we are today, 3 years later, trying to finish the process, that lower part of the road. So they didn't continue to clear or do any work on, I think, 2 of the easternmost parcels. So it was really the lower parcel that was closest to Vega Road where the work occurred. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation, and I'm sure the commission has questions, so I'm happy to answer them the best that I can. And if there's any technical questions regarding any of the erosion control that's out there right now, what efforts were made to stabilize the current condition, or what's being proposed in the future, then he can answer some of those. And then I might have Casey come up as well if you want to get a sense of, he's been on the property since this owner purchased it in 2018 and might be able to answer some other questions. So thank you.
Thank you. Somebody else coming forward at this time?
Not from the applicant team, but.
Okay. We will have another opportunity for the applicant's representative to respond once we have an opportunity to hear from the remaining members of the public. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assuming that anyone would wish to come forward, if you are interested in talking about this item, you will have 3 minutes to do so. Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. My name is Tom Karn. My family and I have lived at 136 Vega Road for 22 years, and we're most directly affected by the violations that have occurred. Without a clear plan or permits, Ella Industries embarked on a mission after purchasing their property where months of chainsawing dropped hundreds of trees, including oaks and pines, which is completely absent from the staff report. We submitted photos showing pines and oak trees in big stacks of eucalyptus hidden through there that we did submit for your review. Clearly, Ella did not understand that they only have an easement across our property since they constructed gates and limited access to our property without permission or consent. I asked the Ella contractor, specifically Casey sitting here, about permits to do what they wanted to do, and I was told they didn't need permits for tree removal or grading constructing a road. For months, trucks passed our house as they graded a steep hillside at all hours of the day without notice. Why are there 3 large pooling ponds built right next to my property within 10 feet of my property line without any permits, without any studies, and why do I not have any consent? The ponds have failed, spilled onto my property, and now need to be manually pumped with a generator after each rainstorm, creating a river that runs down our driveway. What happens if they forget to pump the water? I want to point out the reason that we are here today is because my wife, myself, and the neighbors contacted the planning department. Not because Ella Industries felt compelled for some reason to step forward and go, hey, we want to make things right. We've been ignored, not listened to, and I believe this is more than any reasonable person should endure. My family and I and our neighbors ask that you deny the permit for Ella, the use permit, and compel them to restore this land back to the way it was for the sake of the damage, the environment, and the homes below. This use permit will degrade the environment and habitats that have been there forever. The county staff report makes it sound like it's just a little trail. I am really happy that some commissioners had the opportunity to visit the site. The reason we bought this house was because of that property that was behind it. I just thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. And the only other thing that I would like to add is that within 1 mile of my address at 136 Vega Road, there are 2 zombie subdivisions, namely Del Piero subdivision and another subdivision that have been sitting vacant for decades.
I need you to wrap up, please.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Karn, and I live at 136 Vega and have for the past 22 years. I would like to stress that the reason that any work was stopped in this situation is because I said, if you don't stop the work, I'm going to report you. I want to see permits. I do not want to see any more work done. And that conversation we had with the lawyers, they were pressuring us to sign a road maintenance agreement now because it would be easier to get a permit, and we said absolutely not. So before Ella Industries, who's based in San Francisco, bought the land next to ours, my family and I often walked the property for exercise to look at the views of Pajaro Valley, check out the wildlife, and enjoy the beauty of the acreage. We walked up the path, the access road, which would never have been referred to as a Jeep road or a road at all. It was a dirt path about 10 feet wide with an oak woodland, pines, and bushes on either side. The property was home to wildlife. Before Ella started construction on the property, there were no problems with rain runoff, dirt from erosion on our property, or rivers going down our driveway. Then Ella came, and now a large portion of the land is stripped, the hills are shaved, and the dead trees and bushes that have been ripped out of the ground lay in huge piles amongst the tractors and construction debris left there for the past 2 years. To describe this property as a eucalyptus farm is misleading. The area was filled with oaks and pines in addition to eucalyptus. If you were to see these debris piles up close, you would see the various trees that have been removed. Prior to this meeting, I submitted pictures showing oak and pine amongst the eucalyptus. There was no communication regarding the work that was done. No permission was asked or notification given to use our property for gates to park trucks, allow trucks to run morning until dark on our driveway. No offers to fix fences that were broken. No apologies for any of this. I'm curious to know who from the county, not who, but if anyone actually did walk all the way up to the back of this property. They have graded and paved part of the road up to the back of our property, well, part of our property, but it goes far beyond that. They have graded all the way up the hill about a mile. I'm not sure anyone from the county has even seen that. So I would like you to reject Ella's application for use permit and have them restore the land to the condition it was before. And I hope that we'll be notified of any further decisions. I also have a question. One of our neighbors had to leave and go to work. Can I read her statement?
Is it short?
It's one pager.
I will allow it. You
talk fast.
You give her another 3 minutes on the clock, please.
Good morning and thank you for your time. This is written by Lori Uvales. Her mom, John and Kathy, have lived at 134 for over 44 years. Her parents and family have worked hard to maintain the property while taking care that they don't compromise the integrity of the surrounding environment and wildlife. When Ella Industries began work, they were taken off guard. There was no notice, no warning, no consideration. Day in and day out, from well past dawn till dusk, there was noise. Vehicles, trucks, tractors, and equipment were all left in the 60-foot wide driveway we share with the Carnes. They block the only exit in and out of the property, which is a big problem as my parents are elderly and should there have been an emergency, we would have had to hunt down someone to move whatever happened to be blocking the driveway. We had to install not only fencing, but a gate too. This was due to Casey Marsh freely giving our address to meet with contractors. Imagine strangers not only parking in your driveway, but walking around the outside of your front yard. Again, this was all done without permission or notification. The fencing has also been damaged and never repaired. My parents are on a fixed income and need to install not only safety measures, but boundaries have caused a financial strain. We have never had these kinds of problems, even with the logging companies that came on the property before. All the continuous traffic from Ella's has damaged our driveway. The damage has only gotten worse with the erosion caused by the work Ella started. When construction was halted due to the lack of permits, many tractors and equipment were left to sit. With all this said, our neighbors, the environment, and our family have been greatly affected by a company that has been, by all accounts, reckless and acted with a lack of empathy. I want to thank you for your time. We ask that this commission deny Ella's long dormant project to keep our environment safe. Thank you.
Thank you both. Is there anyone else in the chambers who would like to speak on this matter? Come on forward. You will have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Patty Reed. I live at 113 Vega, which is directly across from these guys. I've lived there 45 years. In that 45 years, we've had several big rain events, floods and whatnot all around us, but never any problem from across the street. But ever since the construction started with no permit, we had mud and water running across the street into our field, which somebody over there described as a swamp. And anyway, there's a right way and a wrong way to go about these things. You get your permit, you have your permit, you go through all the requirements for that permit, and then you start doing stuff. We built our house, well, we lived in our old house since 1979. 15 years ago, we needed to build a house to help my husband, who was very ill, and my sister, who was moving up with us. Took us over a year to get our permit. You'd think we wanted to build a nuclear plant. My husband died waiting for our permit to build our house. And then these guys come and just start doing stuff. And that doesn't seem right. And anyway, I agree with my neighbors. I don't see any reason why you should grant a use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. And condolences on the loss of your husband. Is anybody else in the chambers who would like to speak on this matter? I don't see anyone. Is there anyone on Zoom that I'm missing? Any hands up?
There is nobody with their hands up on Zoom and no new emails.
That being the case, I'm going to go ahead and invite the applicant up to respond to anything we may have heard in public comment. Please come forward.
Thank you very much. Just to reiterate, they did apply for a permit in 2019 before any of this work commenced. They made the mistake of going out there, and perhaps they shouldn't have cleared eucalyptus, although I'm told that the county said that those aren't protected trees, so they had the ability to remove them, and so they didn't think they needed permits to remove eucalyptus trees, and I still don't think they do. And that entailed some work on the road to get trucks up there to remove them. So they were red tagged, they stopped work, they were punished, and now they're just trying to correct the situation. And as part of that process, they would pave the road, but they're also going to restore the areas in and around the road. So what it looks like today out there, it's not going to look like that once the permits have been secured and everything's been finalized. So I don't, and in terms of the restoration, there is an analysis that the engineer did. I think it's in Exhibit D, I believe, to the staff report that talks about the infeasibility of restoration, and it doesn't seem sensical to replant eucalyptus trees that were previously there. They're fire hazards. There would still be erosion. There's also an issue with accurately figuring out what the topography was that existed on that site prior to the work being done. There really is not a lot of accurate topography, which is why they were trying to go through the exercise to do that when the work was stopped. So there is a report in your staff report regarding the infeasibility of restoration, which is one of the reasons that we're here today, seeking a permit, an after-the-fact permit, paying the double fees, and with a commitment to once the permit's secured, get all this work done very quickly within, it's 180 days, it's set forth in the permit. So that site's going to look a heck of a lot better than it does today, assuming we can move forward. So with that, happy to answer questions from the commission. Thanks.
Commissioners, this is your opportunity to ask questions from the applicant. Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. A couple questions, starting with the timeline. If you could just help me understand that, did I hear you correctly that there's no fee unless you don't meet the timeline, and then the fees kick in?
We had already paid, so there was about, I want to say, $4,000 or $5,000 in enforcement costs that we had to pay the county, and then they set it up so that the fines wouldn't kick in unless we failed to comply with the strict deadlines contained in the stipulated agreement. Correct.
Okay. And then I'll ask the next question, but if you could have them bring your presentation back up just for the image that shows the property line and then the easement down to, I think, Vega Road, that would be great if that slide could come back up. It was the aerial with the various colors.
Oh, okay.
If we can pull that back up. And then my question about the public comment that we've heard regarding the erosion, the mud, and all of the impacts. You had stated that you met with the group in October and that folks weren't raising any concerns. Is it possible, since October, we've had a lot of rain? And so is it possible that a lot of the feedback that we've just heard from the public occurred between October and now?
Well, I think also the big atmospheric river events and the Pajaro River breach, I think that may have occurred in March before October. So there was the meeting we had with them was just this past October, and then there was all the atmospheric rivers that we had last year that predated that meeting. And from my understanding, that was the most rain, according to Ellis, since they've owned the property, they've ever seen on that ranch. So,
and no work was done between then and now?
Except for ongoing maintenance of the stormwater prevention plan, the SWIP, was approved by the regional board. So after every rainstorm, they're obligated to go out there, monitor, and then report back in compliance with this stormwater pollution prevention plan that they've had approved by the regional board. So there are reports that get prepared. And it could be, I don't know, Casey, is this an opportunity? Would you want to come up and just kind of explain how that works? Because I understand that Casey's the one who's been responsible for.
Okay, and let me just follow up before Casey starts then.
Sure.
None of the water that has spilled over into the neighbor's yard, the river of water coming down the road, none of that happened this year. You're saying that happened all in prior years, namely last year when there was the big atmospheric river?
So I'll let Casey respond.
Yeah, so this year there's been zero runoff from our property onto the Carnes property. Last year there was. There's several ponds that are designed to filter out the silts and let the water continue to move down the drain. The Ponds property, originally in the 30s, there was a reservoir built there. If you bring up the map from the 56, it shows the reservoir, because all the water from the whole area naturally flows right to their property. We built a pond right above their property to catch that water, to filter out the sands, the silts, and then it's piped back up onto our road, and from there it goes onto down the shared driveway. Last year, and Tom brought up that I have to go out there and pump. I don't have to go and pump. I go out there and I pump it down just to give them peace of mind. We have never had a breach. It's never had a problem. Everything is designed has done exactly how it's designed. all of this goes onto a website. I have to take pictures. It's got to be submitted to the state. Every time it rains, I have to go out there. I take more than 50 pictures. I go on, I upload them. It's reviewed by a QSP and a QSD every single time it rains. We haven't had any erosion problems. There's been no issues. This morning I went there. There's water coming off the Carnes property. There's water coming off the Uvalle's property. There's nothing coming off of our property.
So this is super helpful, this image then, because that does segue nicely into the other question that I had. So on the image on the far left, we have Vega Road, and it goes up, it looks like, to the property line of your property. And where is the location that has already been paved? Is that on your property, or is that on the other neighboring properties?
We paved about 200 feet from the end, from where the pavement originally ended at the Uvalle's and Carnes property. We paved 200 feet up a steep slope, which we originally hadn't intended on doing. We had a construction entrance built there. When we had that massive rainstorm in October, the water all came down, it took out the construction entrance, and there was rocks everywhere. The only way to get past that was to get up past this, to get over that steep section to where it flattens out. We did just the bare minimum that we could to prevent the erosion. We made a new construction entrance, and that's probably 80 to 100 feet from our property line.
So it's everything below your property line was paved up until we see the tree line ending, basically, because there's the Uvalde's property and the Carn property. Is that right? So in regards to that easement, I realize you have an easement agreement. Who owns the property where the easement? Did you issue the easement to the neighbors, or did the neighbors issue the easement to you?
So there's several ways you can create an easement. One is just through a grant deed. Somebody grants another party an easement, or the easement can be established on a map, a subdivision map. So this particular access easement was created, I showed the map earlier, on that 1965 subdivision map that was approved by the county. So in California, you can't have landlocked parcels, right? So in order to get to the far east parcel, they needed to create this easement over the other parcels that were being created by the subdivision all the way down to Vega Road. So there's no easement document or grant of easement in the chain of title. It was an easement that was created as part of that map. And then all the subsequent deeds, and I've got to think that the Uvalle's and the Carnes property has an exception that describes a right-of-way easement over that portion of the property, because that's been there since 1965. So that's how it was created. There's no easement agreement in the chain of title or road maintenance agreement. And then when there's an absence of an agreement, then there's state law provisions that govern how an easement's to be maintained. And it's the beneficiaries of the easement that are obligated to maintain it.
I just through the chair, my question just in terms of being neighbors, do you ask your neighbors for permission to pave the road? I mean, how does this all happen? I live on a dirt road. I'd love to pave it. We don't have permission. We don't own the land. We only have an easement through somebody else's property. So it might be different, but do you have communication with your neighbors when you're going to pave a road? If you go back to the other slide, which we were on, this one's fine too. That's fine. It's a road, whatever the easement is, fine. You have that, but it's not even on your property. It's on the neighboring property, of which you might have a perfectly fine easement through that property. But my question is really regarding the fact that the road that was paved is not in any of the colored portion of the map. It's in the portion of the map that is not colored. And as a result, it's also in a portion of the map that doesn't have the yellow color, which goes back to my very first question, which is whether or not any oaks were removed. I just being there found that really hard to imagine.
So I think it's important for everybody to remember that we didn't create this road. This road has been here for, I don't know how long, but long before us.
Did you need to widen the road in order to pave what you paved? And if you were to take that paving all the way up the hill, was there any widening required?
Yes.
Did the widening require any tree removal?
When you get, okay, so there's a first green section on the screen. When you get to that area there, yes, we had to, it starts going up a hill and there's
Just to stick to the point, let's go down to the property line. So from the beginning of the trees where you see two clear identification where there's homes, the road was widened from that point all the way up to your property line, or the road was paved, my apologies. The road was paved all the way up to that point. And then the plan is to take that up for the mile or so, I don't know how long it is, all the way up. That's what we're approving today, is to continue the work that was done where we see it. We know what it is. It's a paved road from the edge of your property all the way down to the neighbors' properties. And we can see the width. It's something like, I don't know, how many feet across? 10, 12?
It's supposed to be 20 feet.
It's 20 feet across. Okay. So it's 20 feet across. It's a significant road that you're going to take a mile up the road, and it looks to be that the grading has already been done. If I stood at the gate at the edge of your property and I looked up, the pavement ends, and then I look up the road, and the grading or the tree removal or whatever's needed to maintain that 20 feet has already been done, at least for what I can see from the gate. And so you're telling me that no tree removal was needed for that, or yes, tree removal was needed for that?
Or the lower area where you're talking about through the oaks, there is an oak section down there on the bottom. It goes up to where PG&E has an access point.
Mm-hmm.
All through there, through that oak area, there was no trees that needed to be removed. No trees that needed a permit. There were small oaks, and that was about it. I know that they sent.
Okay, so let's just stop there. So oaks were removed, but you determined which ones needed a permit because of their diameter?
We had an original grading plan submitted in 2019 with surveys, everything. It was all submitted to the county as a package. I went into the county. We were talking about getting the permit. They looked at all the trees. They looked at I took very good video of the whole road, all the way through there. We sat in a boardroom. We watched this video. We went through everything. I had the NRCS and the RCD both sent biologists out there. There was never a problem with anything. The county told me, you're not removing anything that needs a permit. Remove the trees so that you can shoot the topography so that we can get better plans for our erosion control.
Okay, so just to pivot over to the county, have you ever taken a look at a video and told an applicant that the oaks, you can tell from the video, don't need a permit, go ahead and remove the trees?
Commissioner Daniels, I think we'll wait for staff's response until you've spoken with the applicant and we've closed public comment.
All right, I think that's all I have. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have a question for the applicant? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Thank you very much for your. And now we can go back to staff to respond to anything we may have heard in public comment, and you could start with Commissioner Daniels' question unless you wish to proceed with your question.
Just out of curiosity, I know that we've had other applicants come in, and it's required generally an arborist report to say what needs to be removed or not removed. But this might go back to the fact that, there was the finding that this was a project that's exempt from environmental review. So I'm just, in terms of what you heard, is that the normal process? We could look at a video and we could say, those oaks look small enough, you don't need a permit, you could go ahead and remove them.
Through the chair, it has not been my experience to do that through a video. Sometimes we've had photographs where you've had like maybe a dollar bill where the length of the item that you're comparing it to. But no, in my case, I have not looked at a video and have done that. I have advised at the counter what trees are protected and what trees aren't. And what then would require a permit.
Okay, thank you.
If I could follow up on that, do we have any record at the county of the discussion as described by the applicant's representative?
Through the chair, I'm looking at the construction permit. I'm not seeing anything, but this construction permit also has a different description. It's for a water system, water tank, and then also grading of a new road. It was applied for in 2019, but it looks like it expired out and it is now reinstated.
Okay, you can continue to look while we're talking. Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I'm probably going to not articulate this very well, but I guess, so if I give you the benefit of the doubt that there's no oak trees that are a problem and that path was totally clear, my experience out there, and I even have a picture of a pine that's on a hillside by that paved portion, that the root zone has been just shaved off of this large pine tree. So wouldn't they have to do, best management practices when they're doing any kind of work out there in regards to compacting the soil, driving near, protecting trees that still might be outside that zone, so they're not something that's going to be cut down, but wouldn't they have to have some sort of plan in place to protect those so that they don't end up dying at a later date from, all that construction happening?
So through the chair, in the North County Itland area, trees that are protected are coast live oaks and madrones. Monterey pines are not protected. I believe eucalyptus trees that are landmark size, which would be 36 inches in diameter, would be protected. But I do not, I'd like to look at the code, but I do not think that is the same case for pine trees.
Okay, it's now almost 1:45, and I'm going to recess the meeting for lunch, and I'm going to ask when I do that staff have an opportunity, if they can while they're eating, to look at some of these details that we've brought up. And in addition, for my own information, I'm going to ask that you walk through the reasoning for the CEQA exemption, because reading the staff report, there's too many double negatives, and I can't figure out why this project as proposed would be exempt from additional environmental analysis. And I'm probably just missing it, but that would be something else to be prepared with. And with that in mind, can we be back by 1:30, or Commissioner Roberts?
I just wanted to add, I don't know if the public will return after lunch, but if they don't, I'd like to add that the public be noticed on any future or continuing projects in these parcels, and if they want to provide information, to make sure that they're added to the interested parties list, just to make sure that.
Thank you. Anybody else have something they want to throw in there? Because I apologize, we just can't finish this item at this point. Some of us need to eat our lunch. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and recess until 1:30, when we will resume this conversation. Thank you all.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. 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 Mic check, 1. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. 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 Yeah, I've only met one Quinn before. Thank you. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. And do you mind turning on your mic real quick? Just talk into it.
Mic check, mic check.
Very well. It looks as if we're ready to resume the hearing. Staff is busy over there, but I bet they're ready. And I believe we were back to hear from staff on things they were going to look up during the break if they had time whilst they were eating. Did any of that happen? I'm officially reconvening the hearing, by the way. Yes, I will note the attendance that all the people that were here before are still here. Or again, and on time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, Anna Kinga with HCD Planning. Excuse me. We did look at the North County area plan and the Monterey County Code, and only oaks and madrones are protected tree species in this particular area. We are also working on edits to the CEQA finding, and I cannot remember what else we were supposed to look up.
I'm afraid I don't either, but perhaps during the discussion it will come up. So can we start with the CEQA findings? And my question has to do with the way that the summary is written is that the exemptions from the requirement of additional analysis under CEQA as listed, it's not clear to me that the third item on that would not have pushed this project into an additional CEQA analysis. And it may be because it's a double negative or a triple negative, but as this appears in the page 4 of the staff report, not the resolution. It's the same in the resolution, council informs me. I don't understand this, and the clear reading of it is not very clear to begin with, but the way it looks like to me is that this project would require CEQA analysis and would not qualify for an exemption from CEQA because of the unusual circumstances, including the highly erodible soils, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and the potential for significant effect to the environment. So that finding, I just want to understand what staff's reasoning was when they came up with that. And I guess to further suggest that when we go into the resolutions that perhaps a little expansion on the reasoning for each of the considerations might help me follow, because the language is not always as clear as it might be. Did that make any sense at all?
It does. So in the CEQA guidelines, section 15300.2, that is where you find a list of exceptions to the exemptions, and that's how you put it. If you meet anything on that list, that pulls you out of an exemption. And that the bullet point you're referencing, that is listed under significant effect. And that states that a categorical exemption shall not be used for an activity where there is a reasonable possibility that the activity will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. So this language should be modified to identify that although there is highly erodible soil in the area, the road work, the stormwater control, and the restoration would rectify the existing condition and ensure stabilization of the soils on the site.
I understand the reasoning there, but I don't see how that gets you a CEQA exemption. Because if it falls out of the exemption from CEQA, then you have to do CEQA analysis, which it appears did not go into place in this particular project.
So what what that language is trying to demonstrate is that it is not pulling it out of the exemption. It's identifying that the erodible soil is a potential for an unusual circumstance, which would pull you out of an exemption, but that the activity doesn't cause a situation that would have a significant effect on the environment because you are stabilizing the area, which then allows you to qualify for the exemption under Section 15303D.
Not for the original permit, which is where the CEQA exemption is being applied. If the did you go through a CEQA analysis for the original permit application? Because that was not stabilizing anything that was unstable.
No, that would be for partial for the restoration and then also the roadway as it would be constructed. So it'd be a two-part.
I know, it's really hard to understand the way that it's written, so I'm quite clear I might have missed it, but my sense is that given the demonstrated environmental impact of these activities, that this exemption doesn't seem reasonable to me, and that would then dictate CEQA analysis, which might be an initial study, might be whatever it is, but that the exemption wouldn't apply. But I don't know if council wants to have any opinions on this. I'm amateur lawyering, and we all know that that's foolish.
Through the chair, I think, well, first of all, this could have been made a little clearer by setting forth the elements and then addressing each one individually. My understanding of what staff is saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that there are some unusual circumstances here, but because of project components that are proposed, they would not cause a significant effect on the environment. That's how I'm understanding it. That would be whether that's true or not is a policy question, but I do think that's the analysis that's set forth, and please, staff, correct me if I'm wrong.
Through the chair, that's correct.
So I guess what I would ask is that you would outline to me the analysis that came up with that conclusion, because somebody had to go and look and see that that is indeed the case, and I don't see it spelled out anywhere that I found. But a counter person's determination of that might not be fully informed about the circumstances of the case, and we have evidence on the record now in the hearing of actual impacts occurring. So that makes a difference in how we look at it looking backwards. So I think it would be really important to remember that the exemption determination would have happened at the time of the original project. We are not at the original project. We're at this stage now where we have this additional information. And my sense is I'm not convinced that the exemption applies. But that's just me. Others? Commissioner Daniels?
My question is really when we, in a situation like this, which I feel is really unique, when do we do an analysis? Because I think you've got two situations. You've got the original permit request, which would be what it sounds like you're reading from us, the CEQA analysis for, or the CEQA exemption is that original request. But then the conditions on the ground have changed, and so we're being asked to approve a permit to rectify a violation in a situation, in an environment that has changed since the environment when the original permit was being requested. And so it just seems when I'm listening to this conversation that that would be some kind of, negative declaration is what you're describing to me, not something that's done beforehand and states that there's no environment, this will fix the environmental impact. I think that reads to me more like an analysis, and I'm not sure why some projects require that analysis to be done in a process, and this one just is somewhat of a declaration.
Through the chair, and that's actually an interesting discussion, and perhaps council can also weigh in. There is a CEQA case law that is relative to violations and baseline conditions, where if there is a violation, that is the baseline condition, because that is the current state of the environment at the time that they're proposing the project. So if it is looked at the current state today is the violation state, that being the baseline. You would be making it better with the project, whether it's restoration or whether it is improving the road with adding the stormwater and the erosion control measures.
Council, thoughts?
Yeah, that's accurate. I mean, generally, the case law says if you have a condition with violations, that is the baseline for analysis usually, and the violation should be dealt with by code enforcement or other county offices. It's not part of CEQA itself. So I think the project we're talking about here has to be distinguished from the original project. It's the project to do this specific work, and I think that's the project to which this analysis is meant to apply. The conditions on the ground when this application was filed, or rather when this application for this particular part of the project was filed. And those are the ones that the exception is, or rather the exemption is being applied to.
But there's more to this application than the area that holds the violation. So we have to view the whole application before us. We can't just say we're looking at just this part.
Well, I mean, if I'm understanding this correctly, again, staff correct me if I'm wrong, this application before us is to deal with this particular issue. It does follow on from a previous application that is ongoing, but the CEQA finding is related specifically to this work only. I don't necessarily think it would apply to the overall project. No way to know without examining the overall project. But I'm reading this as a limited project scope to deal with the relief that's sought here, which I believe is that after the fact permit and the legalized grading and paving. So basically, the categorical exemption would apply if, in fact, you decide it does apply to the use permit and the work that it authorizes.
Through the chair. So the project scope is actually a two-part project scope. One is after the fact permit to rectify the development on slopes, and then a use permit to allow additional development on slopes to finish construction of the roadway and install utilities.
Can we separate those? Would that be a possibility?
We could separate those through either two different resolutions. I guess I would like to understand the desire of the commission, whether it be two separate permit tracks or two separate resolutions.
I'll let other people talk. I've dominated the conversation here. Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. So just to follow up through the chair, so if the permit before us would be legalizing the grading and paving the area that was actually paved, and then it would, the B part, which is allow development on slopes in excess of 25%, that would be like the remainder of the road all the way up to the top of I guess it looked on the picture like it goes about a mile or so up.
To that fourth parcel, all the way to the end.
And then underneath the road is the utility trench?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the utilities are already going to be there, or it's just building of the trench and building of the trench and then installing the utilities? Is that what this is?
I believe it is, right?
So just to go back then, I'll just say I do not understand necessarily the CEQA exemption for the entire project because, I mean, even just, and help me understand, because I could be wrong here, but the building of retention ponds, the need to stop erosion we saw the images in the earlier presentation where there were all of these, it was controlling the water from running down a hill with hay bales and various diversions and stuff. The fact that we've heard that soil has ended up in neighbors' yards or run across the road, even across Vega Road, it sounded like. So none of that happening requires any sort of analysis or the potential for that to happen.
In terms of environmental analysis?
Yeah. I mean, the road's been graded, it sounds like, right? All the way up to the top. So it's a paving, and it sounds like when I read this that once you pave that road, all the problems are going to be gone, and therefore there's no necessary further analysis required. That's how it reads, but is that what it says?
It's trying to say that not just the paving, but the erosion control measures, the drainage control measures. Once all of that is done, then the site drainage should be fully controlled and the erosion should be fully controlled. But to answer the first part of your question, it's kind of tricky because it depends on how and when CEQA is triggered. So if it's just a grading activity that doesn't require a discretionary permit, CEQA could not be triggered, even though it could result in a situation that, yeah.
So even though, through the chair, things like eucalyptus don't require permits to remove, is there ever an analysis that's needed how the removal of those trees might impact things like erosion, which seems to have happened in this case?
In terms of CEQA?
Just, I mean, walk me through how that works. If someone says, I want to remove X amount of eucalyptus because they're a non-native species that doesn't require a permit, we just say, okay?
I know we've had a few permits in North County where there were like multiple, like hundreds of eucalyptus removal. And that was more of kind of like a restoration eradication program. So it wasn't a permit trigger, but there were still methods in place to ensure that there wasn't any type of erosion, or there wasn't an issue.
Right.
And as part of this project, the arborist first initially, I believe, recommended taking out all of the eucalyptus, and that wasn't something that staff agreed with because of those issues that would occur with their removal. So I don't know if that really answers your question.
So this will be the last comment through the chair. I guess where it's hard and I'm getting stuck is some of these were removed without prior to the arborist report, if I understand correctly, right? So it's not just that staff would have said they're eucalyptus, they're not protected, you could take them out, as was suggested earlier, because if you take a bunch of trees out, as it sounds like the arborist had stated, there's issues with erosion. You know, they hold a hillside up. So I'm just curious, again, about the exemption, but I think all my questions at this point have been answered. Thank you.
Commissioner Monsalve?
Thank you. I want to understand the utility trench that's going to go in the road. Has it already gone in the area of the road that has already been paved? Or is that going to have to be dug up?
Through the chair, it would have to be that portion of the road that's paved would have to be
dug up
in
order to install the utility trench. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Not seeing anybody leaping forward here.
I have one more.
Oh, Commissioner Monsalve, okay.
Thank you. The easement that has been described as part of a map, and that's what defined it as an easement. What are the rules that govern maintenance of that easement, share use of that easement, to the extent that is there any way to imply that one owner could do anything with that easement? without talking to the other owners who share it. Thank you.
Through the chair, I might have to, we might need help from county council. Without having a maintenance agreement in place, I'm not quite sure what state law or real estate law requires that. If it was an easement that was created through a subdivision that's delineated on a subdivision map.
Council, you can weigh in if you like.
I mean, it kind of depends on the terms of the easement too, what uses are allowed, what conditions there are. It's hard to know in the abstract. There certainly are uses I could imagine that would not be allowed, but whether that's in this easement or not, I can't say without looking at it.
That my thought would be that it would be helpful to see the language that the easement actually contains, and then we could all look at that less theoretically. And back to my concern, it's not just the road. We've built drainage structures that appear to me to be off the described easement and out of the developed area of the prior road, path, track, whatever we want to call it. And so I'm puzzled how those don't require some further consideration, or wouldn't have required some further consideration before they were installed. And it's not just in the road prism. It's well beyond, even if it's a 60-foot easement. I mean, I'm just looking, I didn't visit, and I'm just looking at the map, so I could be wrong.
And through the chair, it looks, on the map, it calls it out as a road right-of-way. And so there isn't any specific language like you would have a separate easement deed that specifies these are the uses that you're allowed to have, such as like the drainage facilities that they have within the right-of-way, whether or not that's an allowed use. It's not specific on this map.
So just to clarify, all of the drainage improvement, all the improvements that they're talking about are within the road 60-foot easement?
It appears based on the project plans that at least some of the grading have occurred or will occur outside of the easement area.
Yeah, that's what looked to me on the map, but as I say, I didn't visit. So having just been involved in various transactions that included easements, I do know that a person is entitled to maintain an easement over someone else's property so that they can continue to traverse it. But the title reports are pretty specific about where those easements are and what can be done on them. Perhaps if we were to go forward, we could ask for that to be provided to staff so that they could then really look at the specifics of the easement to see if that was all included or not. I'm looking around and waiting for suggestions from the commission, but I think I'm seeing a lot of shaking heads that indicate to me it's still pretty confusing. We may not be ready to act on this. Commissioners? Commissioner Shaw?
I guess I just have concerns that the precedent we're setting with being able to circumvent the environmental oversight of CEQA by just going, because there's a lot has happened up there, and I genuinely feel like the pictures, cannot do it justice to the amount of grading that's happened. And to just go in, do what you want willy-nilly, and then not have to have this oversight, like, what does that mean going forward for other developments that might not be caught, because this is 100 acres, so it'd be very easy for this just not to really be noticed, as it wasn't for quite a while, really. It wasn't a problem for a while. I just think this is not clear at all, and I don't think that the options that are before us, for me, are acceptable. I'm not okay with granting this permit as it's suggested, because the amount of work that would have to be done to even just get that road and stop the erosion that's happening is significant and would impact the environment significantly. Because as you said, it's outside of that 60-foot right of way. So yeah, I don't feel comfortable with this at all.
So maybe staff can help us here. The options that I see are that we could approve the recommendations of staff with minor revisions if we wished. We could adopt an intent to deny, for which we don't yet have findings, or we could continue it for particular reasons. Those seem to me to be the options. Is there anything I'm missing there? I think that's what we got. Commissioner Roberts?
One of the things I'm struggling with through this discussion, I went back to read the arborist report to see what area was considered and to see what his findings were. And he says that he found only evidence of eucalyptus being taken down. But when you read what he was asked to consider and what he was asked to look at, it looks like he was only asked to look at the eucalyptus stand. So then that leaves questions to me of what wasn't looked at, and going back to what an initial study may or may not tell us. I'm left with, I don't feel like I have enough information to understand the benefits and consequences of this application as it is.
Commissioner Gomez?
I just wanted to say that I concur. I think at a minimum, there should be some preliminary scoping to see what, if anything, is out there. I think there's a lot of assumptions about what's not there and what was changed, but I think at a minimum, we should go out there and do a preliminary scoping.
I think what I'm hearing, may I suggest that we continue this item, it sounds like probably to a date uncertain, but I would be certainly advised by staff with the request for an initial study and with information relating to the exact terms of the easement and whether all of the activities that have occurred are within the road right-of-way or not. Those are the things that are most clear to me. So an initial study would, I think, have to include all of the concerns that Commissioner Gonsalve and Commissioner Shaw, various commissioners have brought forward. Does that make sense to you? Is that something that would work?
I would just like to clarify, if we found evidence supporting a categorical exemption, would the Planning Commission still be open to considering the project qualifying for an exemption? Or are you directing staff to
I'm
prepare it?
proposing, just from my own point of view, that we would clarify that by saying we want an initial study done, which I think is within our discretion to do. I'm looking to council, is that true?
Yes.
Based on the evidence that's brought forward at this hearing.
And through the chair, if I could just add, to the extent that that evidence that staff suggested was found to support this finding of an exemption, I would just suggest that it be set forth pretty clearly in the staff report. I think part of the confusion, if I understand it, is it's sort of conclusory. It's not clear how you get from this is a potential impact, but it's mitigated in like 3 sentences. If the conclusion is based on the initial study, an exemption could apply, I think it would be more helpful to the commission to set forth in detail the reasoning.
I would suggest you've described a negative declaration. That's what the negative declaration part of CEQA kind of does. If you get through the initial study and say ND.
Yes, but the question, I think that, if I understood staff right, was that if they go and do an initial study and that gives them information to support their conclusion that an exemption applies, what then? So I was simply saying, if that's their outcome, if that's their conclusion, it just needs to be supported in detail so the commission can evaluate it.
Anybody else want to weigh in on that? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to know how long does an initial study normally take, and would that take them out of the 60-day range period? And so what happens to the consequences at that point, I guess?
Through the chair, The applicant would have to work with code enforcement and county council to extend their stipulated agreement. Ms. Honorato has not yet had the wonderful opportunity to prepare an initial study, so this will be her first one. Currently, we do not have a good gauge of how long she would prepare one, but with the support of other planners and myself, as well as Ms. Beretti, we would be able to put something together. We would also request additional reports from the applicant, so depending on how long that would take for them to provide to us in order to inform the initial study, that would also drive the timeline. And then we could work with code enforcement staff and county council to identify a reasonable time to extend the stipulated agreement.
I would comment that I thought I heard the applicant say that the clock starts ticking when they get the permit. I could have heard wrong, but just, you can determine that. Anyway, anybody? Commissioner Monsalve.
I have heard enough discussion to feel very uncertain about coming forward at a later date to approve, even if you answer today's questions. I just don't know that we've asked enough questions of a project that was a violation, and there are a lot of factors. And I think that we have touched on the initial ones, but we haven't gotten past into the weeds on this one because we have stopped at the initial issues. If this project had come before us the way it should have, and all the reports and the studies had been done the way they should have been, what would we have found in those situations or in those reports? What happens in the meantime to the neighboring lots that are affected? That from pictures you can see that there's an effect to those owners. So I'm not prepared to say that I'll come back at a later date with a yes if today's questions are answered. Thank you.
I'd like to respond to that by saying there's no guarantee, though, of what we would decide. And my suggestion of an initial study is a checklist to get a detailed look at all of the factors that we may or may not have mentioned. And that's why I suggested it. It's a template for everybody that's shared that helps us prevent overlooking things. And respect to council, but a negative declaration says we looked at all these things and we don't think it's a problem. And they come back and you say it's going to be mitigated and all is going to be fine. If that was the finding, then we would have the reasoning through that checklist to show us how it had been reached, and that could very well be the conclusion. On the other hand, there may be something discovered that required additional analysis, in which case, or additional mitigation, in which case that would be what staff might propose. And at any stage, we could always, it's a discretionary decision, so we have discretion about whether to approve it or not. So I never consider a continuance as a promise to approve it if it comes back myself, and I would hope others would share that. Commissioner Gomez?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Very well, sir.
I move that we continue this to a date uncertain. And that the questions raised be addressed when it comes back to us.
Does that include directing staff to prepare an initial study?
That's correct.
Very well. We have a motion from Commissioner Gomez. Is there a second? Commissioner Getzelman seconds that motion. Is there further discussion? Staff, is that clear?
Can you just be clear that that's a continuance to a date uncertain?
That is what, I have a nod from Commissioner Gomez and from Commissioner Getzelman saying that is what they meant.
Yep. That's what we're going.
Further discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, no. And that motion carries. Thank you, everyone. And that brings us to item number 5 on our agenda, which is referral 140023, an update to zoning maps and classifications. I would guess that this is Ms. Beretti, but I could be wrong.
This is Taylor Price.
Mr. Price, welcome. Welcome the duty infielder here.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair Deal. My name is Taylor Price, Associate Planner. Today I will be presenting a workshop on the update to the zoning maps and zoning classification project. Today we are requesting that the Commission receive a status update on the project to implement the 2010 General Plan for inland areas of the unincorporated Monterey County, the land use designations, which necessitate updates to the zoning map and associated Title 21 additions and amendments, and provide input on project scope to staff. The adoption of the 2010 General Plan required updating zoning maps and amending Title 21, the non-coastal zoning ordinance of Monterey County Code. Housing and Community Development staff began this project in 2014. Staff held multiple Planning Commission hearings and workshops in 2014 and 2015. Due to staff turnover and other projects taking priority, the project was never completed. The core project of updating the zoning maps remains uncompleted, while a portion of the project was completed as a separate project, the adoption of the mixed-use zoning district, which is Chapter 21.17. Staff is reviving the project to complete updates to the zoning maps and, as needed, updates to Title 21. Staff would like to summarize the difference between land use designation and zoning briefly. The land use designation is generally outlined in a jurisdiction's general plan land use element and is intended to reflect the community's desired future development patterns for an area. The land use designation outlines and details the proposed general distribution and location of various types of uses within a specific area. For example, land use designation addresses questions such as where residential development and industrial development should occur within a jurisdiction. Zoning is intended to implement the land use designation and sets design and development requirements, such as parking requirements, lot coverage, structure height, and setbacks. Zoning defines the specific allowable uses of a parcel and the requirements and limitations to development on a specific parcel. Zoning regulations also create the approval process, determine the appropriate hearing authority, and establish standards for project review, such as what uses are allowed and conditionally allowed. The land use designation is the guiding criteria, and where the land use designation and the zoning are different, the land use designation governs. Staff would like to briefly review some examples of land use designation and zoning in the inland areas of Monterey County. For example, in the 2010 General Plan, there's a residential rural density, resource conservation, permanent grazing, visitor accommodation and professional offices, and light industrial land use designation categories. The Monterey County Code Title 21 also has a rural density residential, resource conservation, permanent grazing, visitor accommodation, professional office, zoning districts, as well as light industrial. After reviewing the original project file, internally scoping the original project, and reviewing the current long-range work program and current active projects, staff has divided the original project scope into 2 sections. The current project implements the 2010 General Plan Land Use Element Policy LU 9.1 and LU 9.8. The current project scope will include updating the zoning maps, amending Title 21 as necessary, and implementing the agricultural and winery corridor, which is Chapter 9.J from the 2010 General Plan, into Title 21. Future projects will be expected to begin depending on existing staff priorities as outlined in the long-range work program and how these projects dovetail with the implementation of the 6th cycle housing element. Future projects will include the implementation or revision of the affordable housing overlay and updates to the Fort Ord Master Plan. The current project scope involves updating the zoning maps to ensure the 2010 General Plan land use designations and zoning are accurate. The project will necessitate that staff review all Monterey County inland land use and zoning maps to ensure they are harmonious. Updating the zoning maps will necessitate small updates to Title 21. Staff will update Chapter 21.8 to update the current process of updating the zoning maps, which is currently based on a time when staff would use physical zoning maps and is out of date with today's technology and process. Updating Chapter 21.08 will codify the transition from sectional district maps to GIS shapefiles. Staff will work with County Council and the County of Monterey's Information Technology Department to ensure that Chapter 21.08 is updated appropriately to codify the transition. Staff is recommending that the Fort Ord Master Plan area be rezoned from its current zoning of public quasi-public zoning district to community plan zoning district. This would be an interim step to updating the Fort Ord Master Plan and its land use designations. Zoning in the Fort Ord Master Plan area to CP would allow the zoning maps in the Fort Ord Area Master Plan to reflect the current land use designations in the Fort Ord Master Plan. This rezone in the Fort Ord Master Plan area would necessitate an update to Chapter 21.93, which details community plan zoning district regulations, to reference both community and master plans. In addition, updating the CP district would allow for development in the Fort Ord Master Plan area based on the specific development policies and land use designations in the adopted Fort Ord Master Plan. Codifying the GIS zoning map update process has also alerted staff to the necessity of updating Chapter 21.5 to codify that staff should review the Board of Supervisors approved Memorandum of Understanding and Memorandum of Agreements between the Salinas Valley cities and the county when reviewing development projects within certain cities' sphere of influence and urban growth boundaries. Staff will also implement the Agricultural and Winery Corridor, Chapter 9.J from the 2010 General Plan, which will entail adding a new chapter to Title 21. This project will not require a new CEQA analysis or a general plan amendment. Portions of the original project that are not included in the current project scope will be implemented as future projects based on current conditions and priorities, staff availability, and their interaction with the implementation of the 6th cycle housing element. The two future projects are implementation of the affordable housing overlay and update to the Fort Ord Master Plan, the associated land use and zoning maps. The affordable housing overlay was created by the 2010 General Plan Land Use Element Policy LU 2.11 and was intended to encourage the development of affordable and workforce housing. The AHO has yet to be implemented by creating a new chapter in Title 21. Due to the significant changes in state law, the draft AHO language presented to the Commission in 2015 is no longer consistent with state requirements. In addition, changes to state housing law will require staff to amend the 2010 General Plan when implementing the Affordable Housing Overlay. Therefore, the Affordable Housing Overlay implementation or revision will be a separate project that may be a part of the housing element implementation. The 2010 General Plan designated Fort Ord as a community area and the Fort Ord Master Plan as a community area for the Fort Ord Master Plan area. The Fort Ord Master Plan land use maps are currently outdated and do not accurately reflect the open space and development areas in the Fort Ord Master Plan area. In 2014, when staff brought the concept of updating the Fort Ord Master Plan to the Commission recommended that an ad hoc committee be formed to begin working with staff and the Fort Ord community to update the Fort Ord Master Plan. When the Fort Ord Master Plan updates begin, staff will return to the Commission seeking direction before staff begins the Fort Ord Master Plan updates. Both of these projects will likely trigger CEQA review and would likely require a general plan amendment. Staff has begun preliminary research and review of land use and zoning maps and has begun to build the new zoning GIS shapefile. Staff expects to begin working with the Agricultural Advisory Committee on the Agricultural and Winery Corridor implementation and then return to the Planning Commission in late summer 2024. Staff requests that the Planning Commission find this workshop is statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15262, receive a status update on the project to implement the 2010 General Plan, land use designations, which necessitates updates to the zoning maps and associated Title 21 additions and amendments, and provide input on project scope to staff. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Price. A good report as usual. Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. I'm curious how this works with the Pajaro community plan and the other community plans that are ideally coming forward soon. How would these work together?
Through the chair, those would be separate processes. This is strictly just updating the zoning maps for consistency with the 2010 general plan.
So the only community plans that I know have thus far happened are, I guess, Fort Ord counts because of how we defined it, but Castroville's the other one. Is Castroville already fully consistent with the zoning ordinances, or do we have to do any map work there?
Through the chair, there are currently updates to the Fort Ord community plan area that I believe are working through, but I believe that process will occur through the Castroville community plan update, but Ms. Brady, feel free to correct me.
I think for clarity, because I think you just misspoke and said Fort Ord with Castroville. So Fort Ord's separate. There's no work happening with Fort Ord master plan right now. The Castroville community plan is being updated right now, and should, through that update process, it prompt any inconsistencies, then we would do subsequent zoning updates. I apologize, I am not prepared to speak at this moment if the current Castroville plan is consistent or no.
Yeah, and my question is that as we go forward, since that is our only adopted community plan, could we put that on the list as to make sure that there are no changes with the current plan to make sure that we're currently consistent so that current projects are governed by the community plan all the way to the bottom? Anybody else? I'm not seeing any other questions for staff. Is there anybody in the public who would like to speak on this item? I'm not seeing anyone in the chambers. Anybody on Zoom? I don't see hands up. Madam Clerk, am I missing anything?
No, there's no hands up on Zoom and no new emails.
Thank you. I'll give it a second here, but I'm not seeing anyone wishing to weigh in, so I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to the commission. There has been a recommended action. I think, Mr. Price, if you want to put your staff recommendation back on the screen, that might be helpful. And a couple of editorial comments, having been personally very deeply involved with the creation of the affordable housing overlay areas as they were described in the general plan. It's always been a disappointment to me that we didn't follow through enough to facilitate the development of housing in the areas which we, in 29, thought would be appropriate based on their proximity to services, transportation, utilities, and all of the things that make development appropriate to an area outside of the developed urban centers. So seeing that continually moving down the pike is disappointing to me because I understand that all the changes have occurred. When we did it back then, we thought it was going to help fast track building of affordable housing, and quite clearly it has failed to do so. And so it's a personal disappointment. I just want to register that. We really meant it to help direct growth to areas in the county that approximated the kind of urban centers that do support affordability. And so if there's any way to look at ways to continue to do that, it was a good intention. It really was, and I think could help clarify the difference between proposals that are in outlying areas or areas where those things are not available but may include affordable components from those that are located in a place that would really facilitate the use of the people who might live there. So So again, it's just that, like the development evaluation system and the development of the community plans and rural center plans, those three major components were intended to do the things that we all say we want to do, and none of them have occurred. And so, having put a lot of time and energy into creating them, I just got to editorialize for a minute. I hope you'll indulge me. Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody prepared to take the action that the staff is asking for or not?
Happy to receive the update, find that the workshop is exempt, and I think that's the full action.
I'll second it.
Moved by Commissioner Daniels, seconded by Commissioner Gomez, that we do the things that are shown here on the screen. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And the motion carries. Many thanks, Mr. Price. Now we move along to item number 6, which is a Planning Commission referral, which is the quarterly report on affordable and workforce housing applications received by the county. I believe that Mr. Marshall did say he might be available on Zoom, but I don't know who's actually leading this discussion. Ms. Beretti?
Yeah, so this is a discussion that Darby Marshall actually will lead, and I'm available to assist with questions as well.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Deal and Planning Commissioners. Darby Marshall, Housing Program Manager. This is the housing pipeline update. This came about as a Planning Commission referral back in November of 2019, and at the time, the request was for quarterly updates on affordable and workforce housing applications that the county had received. And also it was later expanded to include applications for ADUs and JADUs. I want to point out that the request is for two different kinds of permits that that are not tracked together. One are the planning applications, which is where we would get most of our multifamily or more than 2-unit projects coming through, and then the ADUs usually are just captured as building permits, and can happen fairly quickly on their own. So we will be presenting more information on ADU building permits as part of the housing element annual progress report that's coming back to the commission in a couple of weeks. With that, last year we had 4 new planning applications for multifamily units. 2 of them were employer-sponsored housing projects. One was a county-initiated project on county-owned land that's going to be 100% affordable and developed by Eden Housing. And then the third one is a mixed-income employer-sponsored housing project that was brought in by York School. So these are just the applications that we have handed out. Something I do want to touch on later is just because we hand something out doesn't mean that it comes back in. Doesn't mean that it becomes complete or it becomes entitled. So this is just what's out there that we started last year. Real quickly, so this these 2 tables show you the units that we're looking at, the applications that staff considers active. So this could be Charlotte Ranch.
Mr. Marshall, are you looking to share your presentation or not?
Well,
we're just seeing your smiling face here.
Because it said my video wasn't working, but I was sharing my presentation.
Let's see if we can get that up. Thought we weren't getting the full story here.
Can you see it now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I apologize for that. Still says my camera's not working, so I'm surprised you can see me. So on the left, we see units that are in planning. These are projects that we, at the staff level, consider active. So Charlotte Ranch, La Tourette, Riverview fall into this category. But what's important here is I want you to notice that some of these date back to the third housing element cycle. So more than 16 years, these projects have been floating through the county system, if you will. And it's not always the county's fault. Okay, a lot of times, you know, a developer will start something and let it lapse. They will just stop preparing the reports, and there's no urgency because they don't have entitlements that are approved that may lapse. So they just take their time, and, you know, 6-10 years later, they expect us to be able to pull out the file and go, okay, yeah, we can pick up where we left off. We also have projects that are in condition compliance. So these are projects that have been approved, but may have ongoing conditions. So we can't mark them as complete because they may have an inclusionary housing agreement that survives the initial construction. And then we have some projects that are still out there that have cleared all their entitlements and are eligible to construct and still have units that remain. So most notorious, you know, you would look at Santa Lucia Preserve, I think still has 60 units. Montera has 20. Tahama has a number. And these are all projects that have units that are approved that date back to the 90s or the early 2000s. East Garrison is another one that has been on the books for 17 years and still has over 200 units to construct. So that's where we are. Also, I've just included affordable units, and affordable in this case is very low, low, and moderate income. As I mentioned this morning, workforce, because it's over 120% AMI, I just lump in with above market because that's the way we have to report them for RENA. I do want to touch on that last table, those last two tables, and the sixth cycle. So this kind of summarizes what we have that's approved and that we think will get approved and start construction in the sixth cycle housing element. And as you can see, we have more than enough market rate units in the pipeline. Where we're going to really run into challenges is very low and the low. The low, maybe not so much if we can continue to count farm worker housing, which has been the only source of newly entitled multifamily projects in the last 8 years. We really have not seen any new multifamily. The one affordable project that was developed at the very beginning of the cycle was Camphora Highlands, and that was a tear down reconstruction of an existing affordable housing project. So we didn't even get credit. We get RENA credit for it, but it is not net new housing. In fact, I think we actually lost a few units in that, and there's a technical reason why we were able to get away with that. Looking at the very low income number, if we were to rely solely on the inclusionary housing ordinance, we would have to produce some issue building permits for a ridiculously large number, somewhere north of 15,000 new units, just to get to the 886 very low income units that we're still out looking to construct over the next 8 years. So I really think that we need to start broadening our horizon beyond just what's the inclusionary program going to get us, because it's not going to get us there. A few things that I want to point out. Of the projects that are in condition compliance, the average year that they started that they pulled their application was 2012. That was in the fourth housing element cycle. Going back, projects that are under construction actually averaged pulling their permit in 2007. Again, even farther back into the fourth housing element cycle. Of the units of the projects that were in the pipeline, it takes about on average, it's taking 3.1 years from when we hand that application out until either the board or the planning commission or a ministerial entitlement is approved. And the median time is 2.3 years. And these are important because it gives you an idea of how long some of these things sit in our pipeline without actually producing units. And with that concludes staff's presentation. I am available if you have any questions or want more information on what the pipeline process looks like.
Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. This was really interesting. I appreciate it very much. Could you go back to the slide that showed the 6th cycle, table 5, RHNA impacts?
Peter does not want to cooperate.
Well, while you're doing that, I want to make sure I understand correctly. So is the top line the allocation that we have right now, the one we're dealing with in the 6 South? That's our RHNA number for the county, 1,070.
Yes, it is.
Very low, all the way up to above market. Okay. So I realize we need to be in compliance with the state requirement to do this planning exercise. But I also note that the anxiety that people have about the allocations, are because the numbers are so high, and they include things like, I think it was above moderate in the plan, but maybe it's above market. But I guess my point is, looking at that bottom line, can't we get credit for these in the pipeline? And if so, why are we having to plan in particular above market rate housing in all these locations and giving people a lot of anxiety?
So this table assumes credit for all the stuff that's in the pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
That 6th cycle RHNA remaining assumes credit. And you're right. We do not need to plan for more above market, and that should be above moderate income units. So that we just are going to make that.
Which is great news. I mean, that's.
But it's the question is how do we come up with the remaining 1,200 units of affordable housing that's going to be required? And that's going to be a challenge.
Well, through the chair, if I may, yes, but I just had a personal experience where I heard a lot about, for example, a sites analysis that included 1,300 units in one particular location, and then another 1,100 or so in another particular location, and different districts in Monterey County. And so I'm just wondering, are we making things harder than they need to be? And I know Ms. Beretti has an answer for that.
So I think, when we're talking about the housing element, and what you're referring to, just for members of the public, is specifically to the identified in the draft sites, opportunity sites map that we've released, and some of those assumptions. So there's, what Mr. Marshall is sharing is sort of the reality of how building happens. As we have been building our sites inventory and then the rest of the plan around our housing element for how we're going to try to accomplish these RHNA numbers for the 6th cycle, part of what we're required to do through the state guidance and just good prudent planning is to look at what's truly realistic and feasible, to identify opportunities where we can improve our policies, put in programs in place to help achieve more, especially if the deep or more affordable. But in order to do that, some of those assumptions very much do result in the need to have above moderate or market rate housing built, which helps generate the funding to pay for and subsidize the below market units, in particular the very low and low income. And so I think, just for clarification, in the housing element, the way in which we've had to make assumptions in order to meet the standards and guidance of State Housing Community Development Department, and have kind of a consistent and defensible approach and methodology to that. It does on some sites, it can look alarming because it does make some assumptions based on density and site. I think an important thing to understand, which we do try to communicate, is that that does not mean that ultimately those numbers are what would be approved through the planning and the entitlement process, because that is where CEQA, that is where environmental constraints come in, and resource constraints, site constraints that we would expect might further reduce, but that's not a level of analysis that we do at this point in time for the housing element. So I know it's not highly satisfactory, but that does help get at least a little understanding for the thought process behind it, why some of those numbers are so large, and really the need. And I think where Mr. Marshall is trying to go is, absent of, for example, new funding sources that can specifically fund some of these very low and low income without those market rate or above moderate rate units subsidizing them, there is just a natural connection in the marketplace. And so I think that's where those programs and where we go in the future can help shift that.
If I can just respond, thank you so much, Ms. Beretti. And through the chair, though, I think I heard you right, Mr. Marshall, that you said we would need to build north of 15,000 units to get just the very low number of 886 or so that we need if we were relying only on those subsidies. So it feels as though just relying on those subsidies alone we do need funding, but it doesn't help the problem.
What I was referring to is that's what it would take if we relied solely on the inclusionary housing ordinance to produce the 6% low income. So I'm really trying to highlight the fact that the inclusionary ordinance is helpful, but it is certainly not going to address the magnitude of what the state expects us to plan for and hopefully issue building permits for. So we do need to find other ways to get those units built outside the normal market-driven process.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Mr. Spencer? His hand up on Zoom for those of you that can't see it.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to turn on my camera, but I think Melanie and Darby really addressed the comments. I just wanted to point out that the 886 very low income, after we take credit for our pipeline projects, that's really what is driving a lot of what needs to be developed, because even though our total numbers are 3,326, I think, when you combine all the income categories, in order to plan for sites that are capable of accommodating 886 very low income units, that would be, at just applying the 6% rule, well over 5,000 above moderate or market rate housing units, unless some kind of nonprofit developer, nonprofit projects move forward that have subsidies that support the higher numbers at deeper affordabilities. And so we have coordinated with a number of our nonprofit housing developers in the county to identify what projects they have, what projects they're moving forward with, and what projects they hope to move forward with in the next 8 years. And we're trying to work to get policies in the housing element that help support and promote deeper levels of affordability and development through things like density bonuses, or even greater opportunities for reduced barriers to projects that have deeper levels of affordability than what is the minimum mandatory requirement. But if we can't get enough nonprofit housing development to build 886 very low income units, it's not likely that the private industry, the developers who own property, who want to develop properties, are going to do more than, somewhere 6% or whatever incentives are provided to help them get higher percentages than that may be able to move that needle. But I think that was all I had to add to what's already been said.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. I'd just like to weigh in here and again, from the planning perspective, we all know that the county doesn't build the units. The county creates the platform that allows people to make choices about how to develop their property. So it seems like we here have the opportunity to look at everything we do and see how it facilitates making the choice that we want, which is that people should choose to develop their property to meet these needs in low and very low income housing, and to some extent moderate income as well, as we see. We have real resource constraints. Discussing the housing needs absent resource constraints is, to my mind, getting us on the wrong foot, because we get into discussions like we had at Riverview, where we're going to add traffic trips to our already overburdened infrastructure that would not, now that infrastructure is further overburdened, and the addition of moderate, low, or very low income housing will then be harder. Same with water. So if we allow the opportunity for the development of above moderate income units, we are then removing resources that would otherwise be available for doing what we want. The original concepts in the 2010 general plan were to limit those opportunities so that the development community would not look at areas that were inappropriate for the development of more dense housing as a development potential. And we wouldn't be using these resources for the above moderate housing that, as you can see, we seem to be producing an adequate amount of already. So I really take issue with any kind of planning that looks at the opportunity as something separate from the resource constraints, because all that does is set up people for a longer process where they try to think of something and then the resource constraints make the process more arduous, more expensive, and take longer. And I think if Mr. Marshall has done nothing else, he's really highlighted the challenges that people face trying to do what we say we want them to do. And all I've ever been able to figure out we could do at the Planning Commission to try to help with this overwhelming problem was try to clear the pipeline for what we want and try to reduce the incentive to develop something that we don't want at the cost of our resources. So every time we are told we must approve an above moderate income project in order to get a small number of affordable units, I think we're working against ourselves. And so the clarity around, the reason I am so boring about the subject of the community plans and the development evaluation system is that was how we were supposed to be making it easy to develop these kinds of projects that will meet our needs and make it less likely that it would be economically appropriate, but certainly tempting, to go and develop other properties in ways that would obviously make more money. So if you can be clear about that up front, everything you're clear about up front is going to reduce the cost and time necessary to process the permit and build the project. And so that's where when I look at all these things, I'm exceedingly frustrated about any kind of housing element discussion which is done in an abstract setting that doesn't include serious consideration of resource constraints, which is what we tried to do when we designated the affordable housing overlays, when we required the community plans to be put in place, followed by development plans for the rural community centers, which are areas of development that were not sufficiently developed to be considered a full community. So I want to state that frustration and really appreciate that Mr. Marshall highlights the trade-off there, but say that if we don't talk about the actual real resource constraints and the actual ways in which we incentivize above market at the expense of the units that we say we want, it's pretty much an academic exercise that is never going to address our concerns and continues to perpetuate the fact that I can develop a high-end housing development, a housing project for people with, there's no housing shortage for people who have a couple $1 million to spend on a house. Let's be fair about it. So if I can develop a project that has multi-million-dollar houses and a couple of affordable units, then I'm really helping. And the fact of the matter is that it doesn't. And I've been fighting that ever. I remember Jerry Smith telling me that, 6% of something is better than 0. And my answer to him at the time, and it continues to be, was no, it's not, because of the cost that you've given up when you approve the other. So that's my diatribe, and I thank you again for indulging me on that. But I do appreciate these continuing reports. I think it helps us when we look at projects, kind of focus in on what we say we want and how we, in our position, can be useful. Mr. Commissioner Gomez.
I just wanted to say that I concur this report's very useful. I was just wondering if we got an additional layer and show in which LUAC areas or which planning areas these approved or projects these projects already that are being considered at, in which areas. It'd be helpful to have I'm a very visual person. It'd be helpful to have a map of where these projects are going or in which areas they're going in.
Thank you. Anyone else? That being said, I don't think we have to take an action to accept this report, but I think we can express our thanks for it and look forward to the next iteration, which I think will be when we talk about the housing element in a couple of months. Ms. Beretti, is that the next?
Yeah, I think that'll be the next substantive housing conversation that we have this spring when the public draft of the housing element comes forward.
Thank you so much, and thank you again, Mr. Marshall, for all through today, sitting through all of our talk and keeping us grounded on the reality of it. I do appreciate it. All right, our final item here on my agenda is a department report. Ms. Beretti, is there a department report?
Yes, and I will keep it brief. One, we wanted to just announce that we have just heard yesterday that Craig Spencer, who was our acting Housing Community Development Director, has been appointed as the permanent director, so he can delete acting from his title. And yesterday also, the Housing Community Development Department brought forward the ag land mitigation ordinance that your commission had considered. We brought it back to the Board of Supervisors, and they approved it as presented by staff with one addition. They did add a further reduction in the base mitigation ratio for projects that were at higher densities of 25 units per acre gross or higher. And otherwise, it looked as it did when we first presented that. And with that, I have no more updates.
Thank you, Ms. Beretti, and I hope I can speak for everyone here and congratulate Mr. Spencer on his official elevation. I look forward very much to him having the opportunity to be permanentized and not be worrying about what happens next. I'm confident he will be a wonderful asset for us. Anybody else? Anything? Seeing nothing, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting at, it says 2:42 p.m. on this, but it doesn't look right. 2:49. See, I wish to point out that the time on my screen is incorrect. But
mine's 2:55.
thank you very much, everyone, and the meeting stands adjourned.